Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Chairwoman. Good to see so many friendly faces.
We've got a packed house tonight. Let's see. Taking a look at looking for committee members right now. Okay, hello, Councillor Kalis. Okay, let's see, Councillor Humphrey. Need one more finance committee member.
I have Councillor Lucas here.
Not on finance.
Not in finance. I thought you were. That's right.
Councillor Norton from Ward 2.
Lucas doesn't qualify.
Oh, Councillor Oliver just joined. Great. Okay. And it's 7 o'clock, and we've got the longest agenda perhaps in my career as finance chairperson. So let's start. Welcome, everyone. It is 7 o'clock. This is a scheduled meeting of the Finance Committee. I can't say it's necessarily a regularly scheduled meeting because we usually meet on Mondays. We are being audio and video recorded. And at the start of the meeting, I'm going to just find first members of my committee to introduce. First, I see Councillor Humphrey from Ward 5, Councillor Kalis, Vice Chair of the Committee from Ward 8, Councillor Oliver from Ward 1. Quickly looking for other Finance Committee members. I think that is it for now. And then for other members of the council who are not on the committee but have joined us for tonight, we have Councillor Downs from Ward 5, Councillor Crossley from Ward 5, Councillor Laredo from Ward 7, Councillor Lucas from Ward 2, Councillor Wright from Ward 3, Councillor Bowman from Ward 6. Our first order of business is 166-23, which is the Community Preservation Committee requesting authorization to appropriate and expend the sum of $5,834,362. And this is for the Gath Pool project. So I see a whole bunch of folks on the screen who have been kind enough to join us for this item. Ms. Kreitzer, should I hand it over to you first? And I also see Commissioner Banks. Or Commissioner Banks, shall I hand it to you? Who would like to go first?
Laura, I know you probably have a presentation. I'll just open up briefly. Thank you, Chair Grossman and Finance Committee for having us here this evening. We're, of course, thrilled to be here to be talking about some funding approvals for the Gath Pool project. This has been a joint project being worked on by the Parks, Recreation, Culture team, as well as the Public Buildings team. A lot of work has gone into this over the last year and a half, so we're excited to be at this point. I'd like to say a few thank yous to Mayor Fuller. We have some ARPA funding that is going toward this project to put in with our CPC request. The Parks and Recreation Commission members who reviewed all of the programming aspects, our swim team who practices and competes at the pool, our city councilors who have been following along, a Friends of Albemarle group who've been very active with us, Commission on Disability, who has reviewed the project, and many partners, residents, people who enjoy the pool who have participated in our community meetings and our focus group meetings. And of course, the CPC with our request for the CPA funding, great partners to be moving forward with this project on. And I'll turn it over to you, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm actually going to turn it over to Eliza Dada. She's the vice chair of the CPC and is here to help with the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Commissioner Morse, I see you on here as well. Appreciate you all being here. And Ms. Dada, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, members of the committee, for letting us present tonight. Laura has prepared a presentation like you're typically used to seeing, I think, and we'll go through it quickly, but I'll just, big picture, just share that we on the Community Preservation Committee were very pleased to vote approval for this project. The Parks and Rec team came to us early and often about their progress with the design. We were impressed with the community process that they ran, the thoughtful design decisions they made with input from the community, the accessibility features that they incorporated into the final design. And so we're just going to give you some highlights here tonight. Laura, are you controlling the slides? Yeah, if you could go to the next one. So the CPC did vote to approve this project back in, I believe it was March, and then we finalized or kind of refined the vote with respect to the bonding in April. But a quick project overview. This project has had previous CPA funding awards to do the design phase. The design went through quite an extensive process, as I mentioned, and the final design presents two pools, actually, two separate pools, a renovated pool house and a new splash area. The phase 2 work, as we've been calling it, is nearly complete. I believe it's going out to bid fairly soon. Commissioner Banks can give you the details on that if you're curious about timeline. Laura, if we could go to the next slide. Right, so the funding that was requested and that we approved includes all of these components related to the renovation project. So construction of 2 new swimming pools and the associated decks, renovation of the existing bathhouse, installation of completely new mechanical equipment for the facility, which will help with operating costs over time and deal with some of the issues that the pool has been dealing with most recently. Construction of a spray deck, you mentioned, which will be accessible, and then overall just improved accessibility and usability for the facility. And so our recommendation to the council is that we approve the full amount of funding requested in the amount of 5.8 million. We reviewed the bonding issue with the finance staff from the city and concluded that 30 years would be the best way to approach this. And as noted here, the future payments for the bonds will be taken from current year undesignated funds under the CPA funding. So we present the recommendation to you. Here's a breakdown of the full budget. The team did assemble other funding commitments in addition to the CPA funds, including the ARPA funds that Commissioner Banks mentioned. And actually, I'm going to let Commissioner Banks talk about the timeline because I think you probably have the more current information here.
Thank you. So we are, as you know, we've been moving forward quickly with this, with, of course, doing all of our due diligence and review for the project. So we are getting ready to begin the bidding process. We'll be going through the full city council meeting, have our full funding approvals in place, and then be putting the project out to bid. I believe our timeline for the bidding would be mid-June. Josh and Luis, am I correct on that?
That is correct, Commissioner Banks. Mid-June through July will be the bidding period, bidding and award period.
The project construction, we will be open this summer at Gath Pool with our existing pool fully operational for our entire season. We plan on closing the pool in mid-August to late August as we typically would. And at that point, we'll have our onboarded a contractor, have a construction schedule ready. The plan will begin construction in early September. And we'll continue, we'll get as much done during the winter as we can and be prepared to open the following June so that we can open up with the new pool for the 2024 summer season.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate that overview. And I have first question from Counselor Kalis.
Yeah, quickly, what is the undesignated funds? That's something I'm unfamiliar with.
So
Laura.
oh, I'm sorry, Eliza, did you want to go
No,
ahead?
I would like you to take that one.
So the undesignated funds are simply the funds that are not reserved for other categories. So we're required under the Community Preservation Act to set aside funds for open space, housing, and historic resources. Everything else sits in the undesignated fund until we fund a project and use it for a specific category.
And what does that bring the undesignated down to?
Hold on, let me check that. I believe we'll have about $4 million, just over $4 million available in our funding.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up on that question, Ms. Kreitzer, could you just give us a little bit more detail of what other commitments we have in the undesignated fund going forward? I mean, when I think about recent things we've approved as long-term bonds, I know Webster Woods, stands out, but I imagine that comes from one of the other buckets of money. I just want to know what our standing commitments from a CPC
Sure.
funding perspective are.
Mhm. So so Webster Woods is right now the only other bonding debt that we have that we're paying from CPA funds. The majority of that comes out of the Open Space Reserve Fund. So this next year, we're expecting to have $562,000 and a little more set aside for Open Space Reserve. All of that money will be used to pay the debt. And then any additional are usually the debt service for the Webster Woods is $630,000 and it changes slightly every year. The additional comes out of the undesignated reserve fund. So next year we're anticipating $132,000 to come out of the undesignated and the rest to come out of the open space reserve for Webster Woods. We have this project would entirely come out of the undesignated funds, and the committee also voted to recommend funding for the athletic fields project, which I think you guys are going to see probably in June. That's also recommending $5 million bond that would be coming out of, the payments would need to come out of the undesignated reserve. But those won't start until 2025.
So the Webster Woods debt commitment takes up that entire open space portion each year at this point?
It does, yes. But as we go along, it takes up less and less of the undesignated reserve. So over time, we'll need to draw less from other sources and just be drawing from the open space reserve.
Okay, and remind me the number you said that is our undesignated reserve balance right now?
For FY24, we're anticipating $562,000. And I think there's a couple extra dollars in there, but roughly
and these two
562,000.
projects, will these two projects together essentially, wipe that out? Or can you just sort of go over the annual payment expectation for this bond as compared to the Webster Woods bond and how that fits together in the community preservation picture?
Let me pull up, we have some estimates that I can share with you.
Well, while Laura's pulling that up, so we don't have the exact number yet because the bonds have not yet been issued, but we ran some scenarios and created some estimates for the pool funding, the annual amount related to the bonds based on feedback we got from the finance department. So Laura, I'm hoping that you have that handy.
I think I do.
If not, I'm going to see if I have it.
Okay, I think this is the latest one. I'm going to share my screen again. Well, this looked at the athletic fields and it looked at GAP. So this looked at the overall funding. So we were looking at spending approximately 16.8% of our annual revenue to pay off the debts.
16.8% of the annual CPC revenue for those two projects combined.
At least at the start in FY25, and then that would decline over time. Yes.
Right.
Okay, and then I don't suppose you know off the top of your head what that plus Webster Woods takes up in terms of overall percentage of the CPA's annual resources.
I can estimate that it would, Webster Woods takes over, just over 10% of our funds right now annually.
Right, so altogether, we're talking roughly a quarter.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially just what I'm trying to get at is the larger picture, what is spoken for and what remains to be
Mhm,
designated or doled out over the next couple of years.
mhm.
I just want to mention quickly, by the way, we've also been joined by Councilors Maliki, Norton, Leary, and President Albright. Apologies if I missed anybody else. Do we have other comments or questions from the council? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have a motion on this item?
So moved. In approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Kalis. Is there any other discussion before we vote? Okay, Finance Committee members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I think we are 6-0. Ms. Flynn, is that right? Do we have 6 right now? It's hard for me to
Yes,
tell.
that's correct. 6.
Okay, great. Okay, that concludes that item. Thank you to those who presented and have worked on this. And we're going to move right on to item 184-23, acceptance of a donation from the Friends of Wellington Park. Commissioner Banks, are you going to speak about this?
Thank you, Chair Grossman. I am going to turn the floor over to Luis Perez de Maurizi, our Director of Parks and Open Space.
Thank you.
Good-
Welcome.
Good evening, Chair and committee members, as well as city councilors who joined us. So yes, this is a proposal to receive and expend funds. The Friends of Wellington Park have had a pretty lengthy public-private partnership with the city in many improvements to Wellington Park, including this particular item, which is one-of-a-kind sensory dome that is catered to kids of all abilities. As you could see here on the right, there's a rendering that's sort of what the play structure looks like. And on the left-hand side is the aerial photograph of the park and the location which this new playground will be placed. And as you can see in that image, it will be adjacent to the existing tot lot. As a result of communication with the Friends, they had noted that the tot lot was being used by older kids, thus the need for a play structure that serves older kids as well as noted kids with all abilities. So with that, Commissioner Banks, if you have anything else to note, or Chair Grossman, I hand it back to you.
Thank you. Commissioner, anything further?
No, all set. We're excited to be adding this. One other improvement that will be part of the project will be to add accessibility matting, which we've been working through a plan at many of our sites. The existing tot lot does not have the matting, and that will be added along with the section under the sensory dome. That's going to be installed, I think, as a phase 2, but will be a nice improvement for this park as well.
Thank you. And I've heard from a few of the Ward 3 councilors on this, so I get the sense that there's a lot of enthusiasm
Okay.
in the ward to pursue this. Do we have any comments or questions on this? It's, I think, a pretty straightforward thing. Councilor Maliki, are you interested in moving it?
I'd be happy to move it. They're very excited and really looking forward to this being ready by the end of the year, I think. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Councilor Maliki. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's 6-0. Thank you very much. We are gonna march right on to 164-23. Her Honor the Mayor requesting authorization to appropriate and expend $1.5 million for fire rescue overtime. This was before PSNT last week, so a number of us have already heard it. They approved it 6-0. And Chief, I know I saw you on here. Yep, you look ready to go. Welcome, and thank you for being here to present on this tonight.
Thank you, Counselor. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. So we are looking for $1.5 million to supplement our overtime budget And that would take us through the end of this fiscal year to July 1st. Just kind of briefly on how the fire department incurs overtime. There's a couple different ways. We do incur overtime on some of the larger emergencies. We do have some special events and training that we have some overtime costs for, but the bulk of the overtime comes from staffing the trucks on a daily basis. We have some minimum staffing requirements that are contractual. For instance, an engine company, 9 months of the year has a three-person minimum staffing, and for 3 months of the year has a 4-person minimum staffing during those winter months. The latter companies have a minimum staffing of 4, along with the heavy rescue. So those minimum staffing requirements are what we use. When we are fully staffed as a department, each one of those seats is filled, and we do have some leeway. So if somebody's on vacation or is out sick, those can be covered with the extra staff we have. However, we contribute most of these staffing overtimes to a staffing shortfall in the department as a whole. Currently, we are nine short of fully staffed. We also have currently seven personnel out injured or long-term sickness. So if you take those 16 spots, that is where we are incurring most of our overtime costs, because when those people are out, those positions on the engines and ladders need to be filled using an overtime. Just quickly, some statistics that we do keep track of that we look at closely is for one, sick time. So sick time usage is actually down 8% this year as compared to last year. This is some of the work that the Assistant Chief Bianchi and myself have been doing with some of the personnel which we see using excessive sick time. We do not see a pattern department-wide where we're concerned with sick time abuse, but we are trying to intervene early when we see a potential problem with an individual sick time. So we feel like that is a contributing factor to why we're down 8% in sick time. We have seen an increase in vacation time usage. We think this is the final carryover from some of the COVID policies that we put in place, allowing personnel to carry some extra vacation weeks over. So those are being used up. So we did see a 5% increase in vacation, which can contribute to some of the overtime as well. And lastly, we have seen over double the amount of dispatch overtime that we are incurring. As you may know, we have been trying to help out a short-staffed dispatch center. So we have been sending fire personnel to kind of supplement their work that they do. And we have seen an increase in that over the last year as well. We do have, just for informational purposes, we do have 6 recruits in the fire academy in Springfield. They are set to graduate on June 9th, which will be a great help to us to get those 6 personnel into the stations and fill in some of those staffing vacancies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. We have a few hands. Ms. Lemieux, let me recognize you first, and then Councilor Norton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add a couple of points. Excuse me, for those of you who were at PS&T, we did talk about the fact that we are doing well getting our financial services department staffed up. And so one of the things that we're hoping to do this summer as a summer project, if you will, is to really understand, not only in the fire department, but in public works and police, what the optimum number of approved FTEs ought to be. Years ago, the city had up to 2 additional firefighters on each platoon. We have 4 platoons, 1 for each day. By having extra firefighters on a platoon, if anyone is out for either sick or vacation, that other person can step in. When you have as many people as we do in each platoon, which is over 30, there's almost always somebody who is out. So we're certainly going to look at doing that in each of the 3 areas. So I just wanted people to know that we will be taking a very close, hard look at this to see what we can do. And obviously the city is working very hard to get our dispatch center fully staffed. And that too, once we get to that point, should certainly help with our fire overtime.
Ms. Lemieux, this may be a dumb question, but when you say 4 platoons, 1 for each day, 1 for
So
each day of what?
Our firefighters work a 24-hour shift every 4th day.
Okay,
So there's a whole platoon that's on each one of those days.
got it. Okay, thank you. Counselor Norton.
Thank you. Each year that I've been on finance, I believe we've had overtime and what seemed to me high overtime expenses. I know it's a difficult problem to solve, but $1.5 million is a lot of money. And particularly, I don't know this, but if we are entering an era where our residents are less likely to support overrides, I think we need to be looking at doing things differently to find more money. And overtime expenses seems to me something that would be a low-hanging fruit for that, because we have the staff. It's just that they're working more hours for whatever reason. So I hope in the future that we are able to control these costs more effectively, because $1.5 million would be a lot of education-related expenses or whatever else that we could put that funding towards. So I'm disappointed to see that we have to do this. I will support it, obviously, but I would just encourage us. I won't be a voting member of this body after this term, but I'll definitely be encouraging and supporting any sort of innovative approaches we can do to be capturing this funding and redeploying it in higher uses, in my opinion. Thanks.
Counselor Kalis.
A good point from Counselor Norton, but I believe last year, and I'm looking to you, Ms. Lemieux, was 2 million. So we're down to 1.5. Maybe that initiative that the chief referenced is helping, but I think any of those types of initiatives that you're implementing are good ones. So thank you for that. And Ms.
Ms.
Lemieux,
Lemieux,
is that right?
can you remind us that?
Yeah.
Number from last year?
Yes, I don't have the amount at my fingertips, but it was certainly more last year. We were hoping to be coming to you looking for less than 1.5 this year. But at this point in the year, I wanted to make sure that we secured the funding through the end of June. I will certainly be happy after we have completed the fiscal year to let you know if if any of these funds were left over, so that, everyone can have a real sense of, did we need a full 1.5? But clearly we need to get those funds in place, at least for right now. But we absolutely came looking for more money last year, unfortunately.
Counselor Downs.
I just was going to weigh in on that. Last year, it was 1.625 million. I just finished that report. This year it's at 1.5, and hopefully it'll stay there. If we cannot hire enough firefighters, we cannot reduce the overtime without severely impacting resident safety. And I agree, it's something that we need to continue to keep a focus on and an eye on, but it's not money that we can all of a sudden find somewhere else. Thanks.
Thanks. Do we have any other comments or questions on this? Counselor Kalis?
I'll move it. Approval.
Motion to approve. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 6-0. Thank you very much. And I think that's it for you tonight, Chief, right?
I believe so. Thank you,
Okay.
Council.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, we're going to 189-23. Her Honor, the Mayor requesting authorization to appropriate and expend $250,000 for police patrol overtime. Please correct me if I get this title wrong. Superintendent McMains, yes?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it and welcome. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
counselors, for having us tonight and considering our allocation of money. We're asking for $250,000 for overtime to spend for the rest of this fiscal year for a number of factors. One of them is injured on duty status. We've had upwards of 13 officers out this last fiscal year due to injury on duty. We currently have, I think, 7 or 9, 2 of which are supervisors, which cause a significant amount of overtime that we have to fill in those regards. We also have a lieutenant vacancy that we cannot fill due to the Tatum decision from last year, which invalidated a civil service test. So that's one lieutenant's position we have to staff every 3rd day, I believe. Hopefully this new test comes out the test, I think we're taking it in July. So the results should be out in August or September, and we should be able to promote a lieutenant off of that. School traffic posts. We have 13 vacancies to this point. Every day we don't have a crossing guard to fill one of those traffic supervisor posts. We have a police officer that has to staff those posts. In the morning, it's not such a big deal because those shifts start after the day patrol shift starts. However, in the evenings, or in the afternoons rather, these officers get off at 3:30 and the posts run till 3:45. So we have to hire an hour overtime each shift for each one of those posts that are vacant. Dispatchers, we are down to 13 now, or 14 now, I think. We just lost another dispatcher who was a younger gentleman who was on the police list in another community. He was called by that community to become a police officer, and he has since resigned from our dispatch corps. This seems to be a continuing issue we have year after year. We have young folks who want to get into fire or police services, and they start by becoming a dispatcher. We get them for a few years, and then they take the test. They get a job somewhere, and they leave us. It's unfortunate. These are often some of our strongest candidates. They have a strong interest in public safety, so they've always worked out fairly well. And we do have to thank the Newton Fire Department for helping us out staffing in there. Every time we go below minimum in our dispatch center, we have to rely on 1 police officer and 1 firefighter to man the non-emergency calls. That's pretty costly depending on who gets the overtime. We have sergeants, lieutenants, and captains who are eligible for that overtime. So when those positions open up, it's significantly more than a dispatch that we pay our dispatchers rather. And finally, it's the vacancy in our officers. We had 9 vacancies, now we have 10. We lost Carolyn Curry, one of our senior detectives who retired last month. So that leaves our vacancies to up to 10 officers. We currently have 6 officers in the police academy. They will graduate on June 15th. Once they graduate, they have to go through a significant 12-week-long FT field training program that will get them out probably the beginning of September-ish. And then we'll be down 5 more officers short of other officers retiring. We do expect at least a few more officers to retire this year, upwards of 4. So we're kind of, replacing them as we go. And, we replace them with 6 and now we have 4 leaves. So it's kind of a difficult situation to maintain that staffing, but we're doing everything we can to try to improve our recruitment and getting those positions filled. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really comprehensive, and I appreciate it. Question for you about the court decision in the civil service test. Can you just say a few more words about that and the impact that had on the particular, you said it was lieutenant position and a new test that you're expecting? I just wasn't quite up to date on that.
Yes. So last fall, civil service had a promotional test for sergeants, lieutenants, and captains. The case is Tatum versus the Commonwealth, I think, or something to that effect, that the court invalidated that entire line of testing. So every officer, from patrol officer up to a lieutenant, who took the promotional test for sergeants, lieutenants, and captains, are no longer, that test isn't valid. So we can't promote anybody who was on that list. We've exhausted all of our lieutenants. We don't have any sergeants who have successfully passed the test on the last test to be able to be promoted to lieutenant this time. So we essentially have to wait until a new test is validated and comes out before we can promote to that lieutenant.
Was that just 1 year's test or, something that went back in time?
That was 1 year test. However, this court decision goes back, I want to say 7 or 8 years. It goes back a significant amount of time.
And we didn't have anybody else who was invalidated on the basis of that from the years prior?
No, it was just this test and this test alone. Everybody who was promoted prior to that, the state says they're going to keep those folks at their current rank. It's just anybody going forward is not going to get promoted.
Okay, so they didn't take away a rank from someone who had previously been given that rank, even though they took this test in the past 7 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any other comments, questions? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have a motion on this item? Finance Committee members, Councillor K.
So moved.
Sorry. Okay, motion to approve. I think Councillor Oliver, I heard you first, even though Councillor Kalis was louder, so I'll give it to you this time. Motion to approve by Councillor Oliver. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, 6-0 on that item. Thank you. Appreciate it, Superintendent. Have a good evening. Unless you're hanging around for the next item, maybe you are.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so then 188-23. Her Honor, the Mayor requesting authorization to appropriate and expend $640,000 from free cash. This is to go to a technology initiative in the Newton Police IT Department. Superintendent, I know you're joined by your colleague. Why don't I hand it over to you first, and maybe you can introduce your colleague to talk about this item as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks again for listening to this request. We are asking for $640,000 to improve our IT infrastructure, as well as replace tablets. Last meeting, I said laptops, but it's actually tablets we're looking to replace and upgrade in our cruisers. I am not an IT person. We've brought with us Matt Toccio. He's our current IT manager. He replaced Steve Smith, who was here for a number of years. I have to give a lot of kudos to Matt. Matt came here. We had a lot of issues pop up, from our website to our data center to laptops in our cruisers, and he's really trying to streamline it. We've talked a number of years about a purple team. In essence, we probably haven't had the strongest purple team. It was more shades of red and shades of blue. Since Matt's come on, we've really worked well and gelled with Joe Mulvey from the city, as well as Alex Chattis from the fire department. And it really is a purple team now. And even with this IT infrastructure change, we're looking to work with the fire department and Joe Mulvey to make sure these improvements are exactly what we need. So without further ado, I think Matt is on here somewhere.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Thanks, Matt.
Good evening, everyone. So we're asking for 640,000. 375,000 is for a new data center. Our data center currently is in dire shape. It's antiquated, and we are looking to build, as the superintendent said, a public safety network for our data center, for our core servers, as well as a private Newton Police network to comply with CJIS standards, as well as protect our switchers, our firewalls, and our users who log on to the criminal justice information systems. So this $375,000 gives us redundancy with all of our public safety systems, as well as gives us cybersecurity safety moving forward. The tablet money, which is $265,000, is for 50 marked and unmarked cruisers. Our tablets are yet again dire shape. They run Windows 7, which is beyond its useful life. Most of our cruisers, when they shut off, the batteries are no longer working in these tablets, so the officers in their mobile offices have to log back in every time they go to a call. And, they do not support current web browsers or current operating systems to be in compliance with our obligations. Thank you.
Thank you both. Do we have comments or questions? Oh, I should also just mention, we have been joined by Counselor Gentile. Comments or questions?
Councilor Grossman, can I add one thing?
Of course.
I forgot to add that in the future, we are looking to cut in with the users. So we're not asking for 5 years, we ask for we're looking to rotate that into the line item for our cruisers down the road. We're working with City Hall or the mayor's office to try to get that done. So we won't be coming to ask for these. Hopefully it'll be in the budget for new cruisers.
Thank you. I don't know if that was on my end or your end, but you broke up for the first sentence or two. I think the point still came across, but essentially the point was where you ended, that after this year, you intend for these IT.
So, yeah, I can speak to that. So the IT
Sure.
costs of the cruiser, so the tablets, the antennas, the modems, all of the components that are within the cruisers, we're going to try to roll into the budget cost of a car. So if we budget for 5 cars a year, that cost may go up $6,000 per vehicle, and those tablets will trickle down into the second line of the police vehicles.
Okay, thank you both. Do we have comments or questions from counselors? Okay, see, Counselor Kalis.
Yeah, so thank you for that presentation and all that information. Can you expound a little bit on the data center and, why we're using a data center versus the cloud or something?
Sure, I can expand on that. So we're using both. So our current RMS system, CAD system, is an on-prem solution. Our EMD solution is on-prem.
What is on-prem?
On-prem is within
On-premises.
the city of Newton, within the 1321 Washington Street at police headquarters.
Okay.
So currently, all of our systems that are used for public safety are internal. So if there were to be a cyber attack that's outside in the Azure cloud or the Amazon, we're internal. So we're not dealing with external forces when it comes to fighting cybersecurity. We're fighting it within our own data center.
Mhm.
So that's why we need our own data center. Even, we use Office 365 for communication. We use Teams. We use the Office 365 Online. That's all cloud-based. So we're a hybrid type of situation within Newton Police.
Okay, and how long do you expect is the lifespan of this data center?
The lifespan is 5 to 6 years.
Are there other ones that are longer?
So the network switches, typically from my past experience, we can keep, so like a building switch that all your computers connect to, we typically keep, or I've, in my 2 decades of working in Needham, we've kept for about 10 years. The data center itself, which is it's used 24/7, 365. It's an important piece of the dispatch center. Typically is replaced within a 5-year life cycle. I do know other communities that do it in a 3-year life cycle. But because we're building some redundancy in, I believe that a 5-year life cycle is fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do we have other comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this item?
I'll move it.
Motion to approve by Counselor Malachy. Any other discussion before we vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 7-0 on that item. Thank you both for being here and for presenting on those. We appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you, councilors, you too.
Okay, we're going to go on to 193-23. And I think the best thing to do, so this is the discussion regarding the property tax overlay surplus. We also have Mr. Shaughnessy here tonight to present his budget. So Mr. Shaughnessy, I think what I'm going to suggest is that we take these two things up together. So just to formally put that on the record, that would be the budget items 1-23, 1-23 subparens 3, and 1-23 subparens 4, so that we can hear your budget and then go right into the discussion about overlay surpluses. Does that make sense to you?
Sure does.
Okay. In that case, let me turn it over to you and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with the budget since that's not really why everyone's here. Now, last year I said that I wouldn't say that I think I have the best staff in the city hall. And last year I said I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be here without the good work that they do every day. So I'm not going to talk about that. My budget is pretty straightforward. The discretionary spending is, we went down a little bit this year, and half of our discretionary spending is on software maintenance agreements. So there's really not a lot of pizzazz in our assessing budget. But certainly if you guys have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any budget questions.
Okay, why don't we start there? And I don't know if you want to just go over any major goals or accomplishments for your department.
Well, I mean, fiscal year 2024 is going to be a revaluation year with the Department of Revenue. But I can, since we value the property every year, it's usually not significantly different, except that we have to spend a lot more time sending reports to the Department of Revenue for them to review our methodology to make sure we're consistent and fair throughout property classes. But we do it every year anyway. We look at those things all the time. So to me, a revaluation is just a continuation of what we do every year anyway, which is get our values approved in time for the classification hearing in November. If we do that, everything else falls into place. And we've had a lot of, the staff just does a great job. We've inspected, thousands of properties this year. We'll probably get 3,000 or 4,000 more in the next few months. And as far as sales in the city, the sales, you're probably tired of hearing this, but I say it every time. Every time I talk to you, the prices in the Newton are higher than they were the last time I talked to you. And that's been for 11 straight years. And it's still continuing now that the people are paying extraordinary amounts of money for properties. People want to live in Newton. It's a great city. It's well-run, it's good schools, and the people want to come here, show that. And as far as the other goal that we're always proud of is the excise abatements. We typically turn them around in one day. After the person gives us the documentation, we've usually got their abatement application for excise approved within 24 hours. And we're going to keep doing that. We'll administer the elderly exemption programs. You guys voted earlier this year to double the amount of exemptions that are awarded to financially qualified seniors and veterans, and we'll keep doing those as well. That's, it's pretty, our office is pretty consistent on a year-to-year basis.
Thank you very much. I see that we have one hand from Councilor Laredo. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Grossman. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to thank you publicly, Mr. Shaughnessy, for your extraordinary responsiveness whenever I've raised questions on anything, and not only responsiveness, but factually accurate, to the point information. I think that's exactly what we want from our department heads. No nonsense approach. You provide the answers, you give it to us straight up, whether we like it or not. And I think that's fabulous. So thank you for your continued good work and the work of your department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I certainly echo those comments. Do we have any other hands, questions, or comments regarding the assessing budget? Okay, why don't we talk then about the discussion item? And as I said, this is item 193-23. It's a discussion regarding the property tax overlay surplus. a whole bunch of counselors requesting a discussion with you and our comptroller regarding the status of the property tax overlay surplus account, including an estimate as to how much money is available to be declared surplus and eventually free cash as of May 1st of this year. I do see we have a hand from Councillor Kayla, so why don't I just recognize you quickly first before I turn
just
it
wanted
back to
to ask
Mr. Shaughnessy.
if you wanted to do a straw vote on the budget to close it out.
I do. I just didn't know if any other questions might come up as we continue this other topic. But if you'd like to move approval by straw vote, I'm certainly happy to do that right now.
Yeah, I would move that.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve in a straw vote the assessing budget. Do we have any other discussion on that from the committee? Okay, seeing none, let's take a vote on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we're 7-0 on that. Let's go back to this discussion item. Mr. Shaughnessy, do you want to start?
Would you mind if I shared the screen? Because I think
Sure.
that the numbers you all want to see will be up on the screen in 5 seconds. Is
Go
that okay?
for it. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. So hopefully you can still hear me. So here are the numbers. The top line is what was on the overlay balance on when we submitted to the Department of Revenue for fiscal year 23. The next lines are the charges that we've made after October 1st of 2022 that wouldn't have appeared in that total. You take those out. So your new balance as of today, I'm sorry, it's not May 1st, it's today. $31,513,000. Now you get to the exposure. Where could the city potentially have to give back money? Obviously, the big one is Eversource. They have, if they were successful in their court case, the city would have to send them a check for $10,750,000. All the other property real estates right now being contested equal about $7.1 million. Unpaid real estate, this is an estimate based upon the last 5 years average. A couple years it was more than 5.9, a couple years it was less than 5.4, a couple years it was less. That's a 5-year average. Unpaid personal property, can't really do a 5-year average because a couple of those years Eversource was unpaid. They've subsequently paid all their taxes. So a reasonable estimate for unpaid personal property is $400,000. So if you take those 4 numbers of exposure, the potential exposure is $23,792,000, which leaves a surplus right now as we speak of $7,720,000. And a little side note there, if I ever in a million years thought that in fiscal year 2012, I would be talking to this council in the beginning of fiscal year 2024 about the Eversource case that is still out there, 13 fiscal years later, you guys probably would have thought I was crazy. And here we are talking about it 13 years later. So next year, if nothing happens with Eversource, their interest total would increase approximately $800,000 per year. But as of today, I would say that there's an overlay surplus of $7,720,000. And those are all the numbers. You've heard most of these numbers, I think, some variation one way or another. Those are the best estimates that I have. The only estimates are the unpaid real estate and the unpaid personal property.
And Ms. Lemieux, I see you have your hand up. So why don't I recognize you first before we start questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one point that I would like to make is the $4.6 million that Eversource paid us last year in interest is actually in a different account. So the 9.9 is strictly principal. If they were to be successful, in addition to this 10.7, we would also have to pay them back 4.6. That's in an interest account. The statutes have changed in the last year or so, and I'm sure Jim can explain that. And now we can combine our interest liabilities with our principal liabilities when it comes to overlay. We have not done that yet. We would come back to you as a council because it's in a separate account entirely. So I just want to make sure that everybody realizes that we do have that 4.6 million also set aside in an account for interest.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was just going to ask you. So in the event, which I think is looking increasingly unlikely, but I know we still have to plan for it, that we were to lose, we would pay Eversource the 10.7 plus whatever interest accrues, $800,000 a year from now until whatever time that is, plus 4.6.
Correct. Correct. And the one little caveat to that is, I believe, Jim, I don't know if we would, even if they were to win, I'm not sure if we would have to pay the full 9.9. That might still be debatable, but it would be very close to that number.
Right, I mean, that's what, without boring you with their details, they wanted to pay net book value. So this calculation is if they were successful getting the exact net book value every year from fiscal year 2012 till now. And again, am I optimistic that they are not going to be successful? Yes, I am. But until we get the withdrawals in our hand or the decision from the court in our hands, we have to prepare for it.
Let me ask Ms. Lemieux a quick question. So when we had our committee of the whole meeting and we had a discussion about free cash, we were talking about overlay. The number that we were talking about as potential surplus was a bit higher than this. I recall a number in my head, it was 11.8 about, but I think it was more like in the 10 to 12 range. I cannot remember exactly what you said. I could look back, of course, at our report and see, but can you just reconcile for me what number you were thinking in your mind then versus this number and why this looks a little lower?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually think that I have been referencing somewhere in the 6 to 8 or so range. I don't think I've been out saying 10 to 12. Other people have. I don't think it has come from us.
Maureen, could I jump in for a quick second? Because I think, Councilor Grossman, I don't want to speak for you, but I think the 11.8 number you're referencing may be the amount of principal plus interest that Eversource paid us in May of 2022. That's.
No, I'll have to go back and look. I just recall writing down a different number on a sheet the other night, but I certainly could be mistaken. There have been a lot of numbers floating around on a lot of different discussion items over the last couple of weeks. So, I won't swear to that. Do we have other comments, questions?
And if you want me to stop sharing the screen, let me know.
I think it's helpful to leave it up for a minute. I'm just looking to see if any counselors want to say anything. Counselor Laredo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when do you think this surplus money is going to be released?
Ms. Lemieux, go ahead if you want.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Actually, by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 25. I'm going to read this to you just so that you know what the Board of Assessors goes by. The language says that any balance that's in excess of what they may need, and I'm skipping a few words there, and this is where I'm quoting, shall be transferred by the Board of Assessors upon their own initiative or within 10 days of a written request by the Chief Executive Officer. Jim can certainly talk to this because I believe he has been here for 30-ish years. The city of Newton has always gone with the request by the Chief Executive Officer. I will tell you, we do not have any intention of asking for the Board of Assessors to declare excess overlay anytime soon.
Ms. Lemieux, could you explain why, since there's, even under the most conservative estimate here, there's nearly $8 million of cash? What is it being held for?
So we have several different things that we may need contingencies for. We have, in addition to items, that we really need contingency for, we also have the new Cal bids the RFP is going out for bid. Lincoln Elliott School is going out to bid. The pool, I don't think would be something that we would potentially need to take city funds to supplement, but certainly Lincoln Elliott and New Cal are going out within the next few months.
Why
And so
not
we
release the
certainly-
money? Why not just release the money though and keep it in a reserve for those items?
I think the mayor and certainly I can certainly speak for myself, but I believe I'm speaking for the mayor too when I say we're comfortable with it where it is.
I guess that, Ms. Lemieux, I appreciate that, but that's not answering my question respectfully. There's almost $8 million here being held in a reserve. We are bonding the items you talked about, so that it reflects bonding costs. So let's say New Cal came in at $2 or $3 million more. That would be spread out over 30 years. I don't understand what the 7.7 million is being held in reserve for.
Well, as I say, I mean, we have, several large projects that we're working on, even though we're bonding them, we have a forecast of 20 million-ish, give or take, for New Cal and 50 million for Lincoln Elliott. If the cost came in significantly higher on either one of those, we may choose to use some of this money. We also are nowhere near the funding levels that we need for our transportation improvement program or our paving program. This year, because the override didn't pass, we have in the budget that's in front of you about 2.4 million that's within the operating budget. And then we will have about 2.3 million of Chapter 90 funds. So that's 4.7 million. We are 5 million away from our target of the 9.5 million. I actually went back over the years to take a look at what we have used overlay for, because we certainly have been very careful with it over the years. And primarily we used the overlay funds along the way in the last decade to actually fund the rainy day fund and to do paving. Those were basically the two largest things we did. The other thing that we did with our overlay surplus was back when we lost the case with, I think it was Verizon. I'm sure Councilor Gentile remembers this. And we had to pay Verizon, I believe, $600,000 or $700,000 worth of interest. And so we used overlay surplus to do that. But we've
Councilor Laredo, let her
I'm
finish.
sorry,
and
go
I'll
ahead.
come right
Ms.
back
Lemieux, I
to
didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, please.
So I'm just about basically done, but those are the things we've used it for. So I would say paving, some of the big projects in front of us, other issues that we may need some contingency for are all potential areas of what we would want to hold on to these funds for, to declare them for larger items that we could have in front of us.
When's the last time we had $8 million in overlay funds that were remaining in the reserve?
Well, we declared, just to give you a sense, in 2016, we declared 4.6 million. In 2017, we declared 7 million. And in 2019, we declared $1,750,000. And certainly since 2019, obviously COVID happened the next year, we haven't declared anything since then.
So, Ms. Lemieux, I think perhaps there's some sense among members of the public that the city has more money available to it than it's willing to use. And you just indicated that of the 9 million we should be funding in roads this year, we're only going to fund 4.5 million. Is that what you're saying?
No, excuse me. No, that's not what I intended to imply. As I think you know, I actually spend the next several months, excuse me, trying to figure out how I cobble together the funds to get us to the 9.5. So whether it's from savings from attrition in Public Works, which you all just approved $1.5 million within the last week, I think. It could be that, it could be free cash, it could be overlay. But what I'm saying is that I still need to find 5 million of that money.
I'm gonna turn it to others, Ms. Lemieux, but I'm not, I'll be candid, I'm not following your analysis with us, okay? Tell us what is there, please. Tell us what free cash is available that you intend to use in certain buckets, and tell us what you intend to use this overlay money for. And just saying I need a reserve for NewCal or reserve for some other item that by definition is going to be bonded, even if it is, 20% over estimate, that's just not going to be much of a difference year to year on a 30-year bond. So respectfully, I'm not following the analysis, and I would ask that the administration release at least a portion of this money so we know where it's going to go now as we're doing our budgeting, rather than it being used in some undefined way later on. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselor Gentile, then Kalis.
So, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Shaughnessy for providing this analysis. It's, easy to follow. And I think that it is helpful for all of us to at least have a number that he is comfortable with. We could all say, well, what about this? What about that? The number should be a little higher. It should be a little lower. But I think we should all just live with the number that he has given us. And it's for the first time in a while that, we at least have an idea of what would be declared surplus if in fact the Board of Assessors decided to release the money, or if the mayor's office were to ask for the money. So I think that's real helpful. And I just thought, Jim, could you just explain a little bit more about the unpaid real estate taxes, why that number is in there? Because I think, as all of my colleagues know, we have liens on all of those properties, and we're going to get that money, okay? Because when the property is sold or when the homeowner is able to get caught up on their taxes, the fact that we have liens on these properties, is a guarantee that we're going to get the money one way or another. But yet the Department of Revenue still, I guess, requires you to include this in your calculation. Can you explain that?
Sure. First, the main reason is the Department of Revenue counts this as potential exposure to the overlay. That's the 4 items that you see there. Theoretically, there'd only be 3. There'd be appellate tax board cases, which I've broken out between Eversource and all others, then unpaid real estate, unpaid personal property. Now, never trying to determine what the state was thinking, I would say to you that most of you are probably familiar with a property on Newtonville Ave that the city has recently acquired. And I don't think that the city is going to get the money from that property. Yes, there is a lien, but the Department of Revenue makes you account for unpaid real estate on a yearly basis just because that is a potential liability. In some communities, there are properties where they owe, the taxes they owe are more than the value of the property. And literally property owners are walking into the town manager's office, throwing the keys on the desk and saying, you can have it, and they walk away. Fortunately, in Newton, the properties are very valuable, so that doesn't happen too often. But in the case of Newtonville Ave, we've seen it happen here. So that's why the Department of Revenue, I think, makes you account for those. And that is about 1.25%. I was talking to our treasurer collector today, and Newton's collection rate is a little over 98.5%. And so in theory, he actually said, we should be using $6 million for the unpaid real estate. I'm comfortable using the $5,490,000. But the main reason is the Department of Revenue counts this against your overlay balance. So I'm just following their state rules.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Kalis, then Humphrey.
Thank you. And Mr. Shaughnessy, how is this money managed?
Uh,
31 million.
Well, you mean, what do you mean? I better ask, what do you mean managed?
Meaning, is it an investment fund? Is it in, what is it in? Is it just in cash? Earning interest on it?
I'm sure earning interest on it. I'm sure Maureen could, Maureen would answer that, but the treasurer would tell you where it is too, but it's certainly not, it's earning interest every day that we have it.
Ms. Lemieux?
Ms. Lemieux, do you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you. Any of our funds that are not in either a stabilization fund or a trust fund, all of the interest that's earned goes to our general fund interest income number. I think several of you, certainly the finance members, may recall a few meetings ago when we had a conversation about this, when we were talking about the rainy day fund. Because that's a stabilization fund, the interest is credited to that account every month. For our overlay funds, as well as all of our other funds that we have that are not specifically set up as a stabilization or a trust fund, that interest is what goes into the interest income that hits the general fund. So this account itself does not increase each month with interest earned.
Okay. Ms. Lemieux, a question for you. You mentioned that in this fund, this overlay balance has been or the overlay surplus has been since 2016 between 1 million and 7 million. Is that right?
Well, of the 3 declarations since 2016.
Okay.
So it's not a yearly amount.
Councilor Kalis, those are the amounts that were released from the overlay. The
Oh.
overlay's probably been at somewhere between 18 million and 30 million over the course of the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, and what is and the surplus that's been released?
So
None of this, no, the last release was in 2019.
Okay, okay. So of the releases, or when you released the money, Ms. Lemieux, you had mentioned paving and public buildings. Is there any restrictions on what that money can be used for?
No, in fact, it's even in the statute in chapter 59. It says that the money, once it's released, goes to a fund to be appropriated for any lawful purpose. So the city has wide latitude, once we release it.
Okay.
And obviously, the mayor is the one who, of course, because that's the role of the mayor here in the city of Newton, the mayor is the one who would propose whatever it is that, the administration would be proposing that we do with the funds.
Yep. Okay. I appreciate that. My opinion on this is similar to Councilor Laredo's. I mean, this is a lot of money, and I know that you are very conservative in how you plan, and you're very good at what you do, and you have little buckets of money all throughout the budget. This just seems excessive at this point, especially when it's money that is needed. This is hard for me to stomach, actually, this amount in the surplus. Thank you.
Counselor Humphrey and then Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was what I'm about to ask is actually a topic that came up in discussion at programs and services with regard to free cash, but during the discussion with the law department. So I understand, Ms. Lemieux, if you might not be able to answer this question, but it might be helpful for me to at least ask it, even if you can't answer it. Is this surplus that's sitting here hypothetically a potential source of funds to settle some future particularly large lawsuit that the city might face? And I'm not referring to the ones we've already talked about, like Eversource and so forth, but if there were to be some sort of particularly large and credible lawsuit. You know, it could be a conduct thing, it could be a wrongful death thing, it could be any number of things. Would this surplus that's sitting here, this nearly $8 million, potentially be tapped into to settle something like that?
So if I may, Madam Chair, it certainly could be. I would hope that the more likely scenario is, as I was saying, we've used overlay surplus for paving in particular in the last several years. We've used it to build up the rainy day fund when we were building that fund. But it could be used, as I had said, for any lawful purpose. So certainly a settlement could be something, whatever we would be using it for. This is not like the ARPA funds. Anything that we would do with this, the Board of Assessors would declare funds as overlay surplus, and the mayor would definitely have to come before the city council to do anything with the funds. So it's not like we have this fund sitting here and that something could happen to this money without all of you being a part of it.
Thank you. And yeah, I understand there's definitely a lot of things that we could use the money for, and there's definitely good arguments for that. I was just sort of thinking out loud about that, especially at the discussion that we had in the other committee with Miss Giuliani. You know, that there are occasionally some pretty significant lawsuits that come along with pretty significant settlements, and that is one reason to potentially have some high balances of cash on certain things. Thank you.
Counselor Oliver.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure that I heard correctly. The possible or planned or kind of earmarks, if you will, that we heard of a few minutes ago for this money, the 7.7 or thereabouts, include capital projects like New Cal or possibly Lincoln Elliott, but they are theoretically being reserved for capital projects. In part, could be roads, I understand it. And by the way, I understand it could be for we could use these funds for anything legal. I'm going to assume that the city would not engage in anything illegal. So I guess I'm trying to narrow down what I'm hearing in terms of why we're thinking we might want to, why the mayor's office might be wanting to keep this money where it is. Capital projects fell to the top of that list, yeah?
And so if I may, it could be for any number of things. The city of Newton is such a large organization that it could even be for, I know Councilor Gentile was there this morning, and Councilor Albright, if she's still at this meeting, I don't see her on my screen at the moment, but we were all at the retirement board this morning. And we have a $25 or $26 million unrecognized loss as a result of the way the market performed in 2022. These funds could be used for any wide range of things. So it could be settlements. It could be if we decided that we needed to put some money toward pensions. It could be paving. It could be if the bids came in too high, or if interest rates skyrocketed and we decided it was in the city's best interest not to borrow as much as we were going to bond on a project. So there's really a very wide range of what we could potentially tap these funds to do. In this budget process, in the last 2 months and in the 6 weeks between the failure of the operating override and the date that we actually put the budget in front of you, we made some pretty significant policy and holistic changes in what we were doing. What we really need to do, which is why I know I sound like I'm evasive, I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to give you all the different potentials of what we could do with these funds. we really need a little bit of time to go back and completely redo the 5-year forecast when we put in 10 years, really. When we put it in front of you last October, we were thinking there would be the potential for the override to pass. We had not made changes yet to the pension funding schedule. And so those in and of themselves are really large things to have happened. And I really need to be able to go back and rework that whole forecast. But as I say, I mean, it could be anything from settlements, pensions, paving, capital projects, anything that's really a large ticket item. I could certainly envision us asking the board to declare what they're comfortable with. And then the mayor coming before you to look to appropriate the funds.
Capital projects amongst them. So
Yeah.
I hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Do we have other comments or questions on this item?
Council Grossman, you would like me to stop sharing the screen now?
Sure, thanks. Councilor Maliki?
Thank you. The 5 million or so in unpaid real estate taxes, that is just the amount that is in tax title, is that correct?
That's an estimate of unpaid real estate. By definition, they already have a lien, so they're automatically going to be. Again, it's going to be a lien, but they may not have gone through the tax title process yet.
Okay,
But,
so
I mean,
that,
just, like fiscal year 2023, the payments were just due May 1st. The treasurer's office hasn't even sent out demands for unpaid property. So it's really difficult to estimate fiscal year 2023 since the payment was just due 23 days ago, which is why I used the 5-year average as opposed to the actual number.
okay, so is that the total of unpaid overdue taxes, or as opposed to just the portion in tax title? Because I thought there was sort of an roughly equivalent amount that was in tax title and that had not reached tax title.
Well, again, that 5.4 million is just for one fiscal year. And that's for fiscal 20, that's my estimate for fiscal year 23. And like you say, if we look back over the last 5 years, if you average the 5 numbers on the OL1, it comes out to my number of $5.4 million. If you look at the actual outstanding balance in the treasurer's office, it's about 1.5% of the tax levy per year. So if you used 1.5% of the tax levy was $400 million. So 1.5% of that would be $6 million. So either way, whichever estimate you use, that's a reasonable estimate for unpaid real estate taxes for fiscal year 2023. I don't think you could get the actual unpaid number for 23 for a couple more months.
Okay, but it's a balance. It's not an amount that we're
Right.
accumulating every year. And when we had the discussion about the tax title issue, there was some concern to not let more properties get to the point of the Newtonville Ave situation. Are we doing anything to actually collect that taxes, or is the fact that we're earning, and refresh my memory, what interest rate do we charge on the balances? Was something like
the city collects 14% on the unpaid balances. Tax title is more of a treasurer collector question than it would be for me, but certainly I know that the city has a 14% interest charge on unpaid taxes.
So are we sort of not trying very hard to collect them because we are earning that high interest rate?
I can't answer that question. I can't speak to effort level for the treasurer collector, but
I'm just wondering if
Councilor Maliki, Ms. Lemieux wanted to answer something. So why don't I just let her give you information? I'll come right back to you. Go ahead, Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you. Actually, we are aggressively trying to collect the taxes. It's not our intent to ever sit back and have property owners accrue a 14% interest charge against us. So we're certainly, Ron Mendez, our treasurer, has really worked hard to try to figure out which properties are the ones that are most troubling, if you will, from the city's perspective, and has certainly reached out to and will, as Jim said, taxes were just due. They will be sending out their demand notices very soon. And so they try to work with people as soon as they miss any payment at all, so that they don't get to a tax title position. What I really raised my hand for initially, Madam Chair and Councilor Maliki, is to say that the two numbers happen to be close, but that's coincidentally. So when we were talking about the properties that are in tax title, those are properties that owe us property taxes for more than 2 years. The properties that are in this number, they don't get to tax title until they're in arrears for 2 years. And so the properties that are in Jim's number are the more recent properties, and the estimate of money from this year that we won't receive. But that's really for properties that have not made it, either haven't made it to tax title, or their 23 portion certainly hasn't made it to tax title yet. So there's a few different things going on, and it's just a coincidence that the numbers are very close to each other.
So there's, aside from the money that we're seeing as the DOR makes us subtract from the surplus, there's a whole another few million that are uncollected that are not showing up in this.
Correct, that are in tax title.
Right. Okay. And
so these are for properties that haven't gotten that far along in the process, in the arrearages yet.
Okay, so that would seem to be, if we can accelerate the collections as we say we want to do, that could be another source of funds to actually, you know, pay for Horace Mann or whatever.
I didn't know if I was supposed to answer that or not.
Up to you if you want to say something additional, Ms. Lemieux.
So, well, what I will say is we budget for the up to the tax levy. The collections is a separate animal, if you will. And so if we collect, which we do many years, we collect more than 100% of our levy, because we either have people who had deferred their taxes for years, who are, you know, who sell their home. And so we get all our back taxes there, or a property that may have been in tax title that, again, the owners sell and are able to pay off their liens. So we certainly have years where we take in more than 100% of our levy. That money drops to free cash. So it's not that I would budget more. We budget up to our levy limit every year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was just taking a note on that, Ms. Lemieux, because you know, I'd also written down, I've always known that our collection rate on our taxes is very high, but despite the fact that 98.5% is what was the number Mr. Shaughnessy shared, which is typically our collection rate on our taxes, you're really budgeting 100%. Right, and that's because of what you just said of other factors of tax money that comes through each year.
And oftentimes we take in more than 100. It's the 98.5 is of the current year's tax bills, but then we're always taking in money from prior years in addition to it.
Thank you. Councillor Laredo, then Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Shaughnessy, I want to follow up on the exchange between Councillor Maliki and Ms. Lemieux. The $5.4 million you put on your list, that, to be clear, that does not include properties in tax title, is that correct?
No, it does not. That's just the current fiscal year 2023.
Does that include money for 2022?
No, it's just for fiscal 2023.
So just so I'm clear, for fiscal 2023, we have roughly $5 million in uncollected taxes.
Well, again, I had to use an estimate because.
Understood. It's an estimate.
It's an estimate because it's so close to, like, if you had asked me this question on April 26th, we would have had an estimate, we would have had about $80 million due because the payments weren't even due till May 1st. So the payments are coming in now, and Ron will send out demand notices shortly. And most people will, you know, they'll pay up, but that's an estimate for fiscal 23, just based on what it's been at this point for the last 5 years.
Makes perfect sense. People miss a deadline. You send them a quick notice. They forget to pay their taxes. They pay their taxes, they're done. You have another amount for fiscal 2022. What is that roughly?
I don't have that on my,
Okay. And then there's the money in tax title. Do we have any idea what that total is?
If I may, Madam Chair, I believe it's in the $4 million range. I'm afraid I could be understating. Then, of course, there's interest due with that also. I think with the interest, I want to say that we're probably in the $6 million range.
Okay. And obviously the interest is at 14%, so it's actually favorable to the city, at least given current rates. We certainly don't want homeowners being faced with that, or even businesses being faced with that kind of penalty. So we probably want to encourage them to pay, because it's really not good to be paying for. It's like paying your credit card, not paying it off in full. It's the same concept. Mr. Shaughnessy, what are we doing to encourage people not to defer taxes and to pay them?
well, I mean, quite the opposite from my job. I actually try to encourage the seniors who are thinking about, the only people who can defer their taxes, you have to be over 65, your income has to,
Sure.
and personally, I think it's the greatest option available in the world. A lot of people in Newton have a valuable asset, which is their home that they have no mortgage on. So they go to sleep on an $800 or $900, $1 million pillow every night, but it's not helping them meet their daily spending requirements. So they can tap some of the equity in their home and pay the city back. Now, for the people who defer, they're certainly not paying 14% interest on the tax deferral. You guys, a few years back, the state law says 8%, but years ago, you guys tied it into the Federal Reserve discount rate as of June 30th every year. A few years ago, the interest rates on the deferral was 0.25%. Now, as of June 30th this year, it was around 1.5 or 2%, I think, at the most, which is still an outstanding rate for people who defer. So I think personally that the deferral rate for the seniors who are troubled, you know, they have a cash flow problem, and this helps alleviate their cash flow problem.
So as I just want to understand it, and the last thing I want to do is take some senior who's lived here for many years, sitting on a valuable asset, now is suddenly short of cash. But we don't want them to have to move out or sell their home when we can get the taxes at a later date.
And that's what the deferral does. The deferral allows them to
Right.
stay there for, you know, as long, and the deferral, you're allowed to defer up to 50% of the value of the home. I've seen somebody in the city defer for 29 years. And so when they started at age 65, so they made it to at least age 94. And at that point, they'd only deferred 26% of their value of their home. So no one's ever come up close to the.
So I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to understand, there's therefore different levels of interest that one would pay for not paying taxes on a timely fashion. If you're 65 and you've deferred and you qualify for a program because of your income, you pay a really low interest rate.
And that's what we tell people is,
right,
if they're having trouble paying it and you're eligible to defer, you can pay 14% or you can pay 2%.
Okay.
I think that they really, you know, but it's hard to convince some of the seniors that it's a great option, because like my parents, they always thought, I want to pay my bills when I get them. I don't want it. And I'm like, look, you've taken care of me forever. Don't worry about how I'm going to do now. Defer your taxes and I'll worry about me later. And if it makes people's lives easier now, I think it's a great option. And it does. And we have the highest number of people in the state who defer their taxes. We have the highest number of seniors in the state who defer their taxes. And that's because we talk about it like we're talking about it now all the time.
And I think, Mr. Shaughnessy, that's very helpful. And that's been a policy decision that we made as a council, I think a couple of years ago now, to up the number.
Yeah, and right, Mayor Fuller proposed the income level to increase from 60 to 86, excuse me. And starting in fiscal 2024, the level is going to be 93,000.
Right.
So
So,
it's,
and it's not causing, at least as of now, it's not causing any kind of significant drain on our municipal finances. So we're not concerned about that.
oh, no, I mean, I think that, there's 60 to 70 people that defer their taxes.
Right.
Which I mean, for those 60 or 70 people, it is massive. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of people.
No, and I think it's important for us as a council to understand both that we're trying to do a good thing for some folks in need, and we're not putting the city in any kind of jeopardy financially. And those are balances that we need to undertake as a city. The 14%, I take it that's for folks who do not qualify for the deferment, but do not pay their taxes in a timely fashion. Is that right?
Yes, and that's just state law. That's the statutory rate, state law.
All right, that's very helpful. Ms. Lemieux, I'll go back to, I'm perplexed still that we're sitting on $7 million of essentially cash. And you said earlier that you've been moving money around, moving money here, moving money there, keeping reserves. It would really help me if we knew exactly what the proposed plan was to fund each and every one of the initiatives. And if your plan is to keep $7 million to reserve essentially for certain contingencies, I think we ought to be right up front about that and what those contingencies are that you're reserving for. I don't know what Councilor Humphrey was alluding to in regard to some lawsuit settlement. We've settled cases all the time. And I presume if we had a truly catastrophic lawsuit against us, that's probably what a rainy day fund is for too. So I'll leave it at that, but I would like at some point in the near future to really have a better understanding of what the plan is, because frankly, right now, I don't. Thank you very much.
Mr. Curley, I see your hand is up, so I want to recognize you, and then Councilor Humphrey.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to touch on a few numbers that Councilor Laredo asked about. Currently, the tax lien receivable is just under 4.8 million. The deferred receivable is just under 2.8 million. The FY22 real estate receivable is about $865,000. And currently we have an FY23 receivable of about 11.8 million. And as Mr. Shaughnessy mentioned, we expect that to be roughly around 5.5 or so by year end.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Curley. That was very helpful.
Thank you. So the first two numbers, I just want to, the 2.8, I know you said was a deferred liability. What was the 4.8?
That's not a deferred liability. That's the 41A tax deferral for the income eligible elderly people. That's the amount of real estate taxes that are deferred.
Okay, so then the 4.8 again is what?
Those are delinquent taxes for individuals who haven't paid that either are eligible and don't apply or are not eligible. But that just overdue.
Current year.
It's not current year. It is all old years where the treasurer has taken the action to lien the taxes.
Okay, so where I'm getting confused is I just want to make sure I understand the distinction between the 4.8 number and then the two categories, specifically the fiscal year 22 number. I understand the 23 number is a number that's changing because those collections are actively coming in. That 865,000 in the 22 number, is that distinguished from the 4.8 number because of what's got a lien on it and what doesn't?
Yes, so that's essentially the 4.8 is FY21 and prior. So there's a process that the treasurer goes through in creating that legal lien against the property. And there's timelines on when he can take that action. And I don't know off the top of my head when the action can be taken against FY22 real estate taxes, but as far as I know, that has not happened yet.
Okay, I thought it was 2 years, but Ms. Lemieux has her hand up. 2 years, yes. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councilor Laredo, are you all set? Your hand is still up.
Oh, forgive me, Madam Chair, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Humphrey, then Kalis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to follow up on something you had said earlier. So, we do have relatively high collections in Newton compared to some other places. And I think we should be a little wary. And I think we've had this discussion in finance, previous meeting about wary about the idea of trying to push a lot harder on the remaining uncollected amounts, just because the nature of those tends to skew in a certain way toward people that are often having some various other challenges going on in their life that we don't necessarily want to compound. In many cases, they might actually be eligible for some of these deferrals and things, but maybe don't understand that or don't realize that. And we have to, go through the process of working to get them into those programs. But then, of course, that's not going to be money that we're going to see in the short term. So it's not necessarily a source we could really lean on to get a lot more money. If somebody's going through mental health crises or experiencing dementia or something like that, that is often kind of, I think, associated with some of these uncollected taxes. And we've got a great city team, both at the assessor's office and the senior services office, that tries to help folks in these situations. But I just wanted to kind of put that out there as a comment that, yes, there's some amounts of money that we haven't collected, but it's not necessarily the case that we could, really push on that and get a whole bunch more money, or that we should. Thank you.
Councilor Kalis.
Yeah, just to close the loop on everything, look, I think there's way too much money that is on the sidelines, this being a huge portion of it. And I think those that are suffering are our kids. And I think that some of that money should be spent and moved over. But I don't think we're going to be able to do anything here. So I'm going to move no action necessary.
Okay, motion for no action necessary on this item. President Albright.
Yeah, could I just ask one more question? When does the new piece of revenue come into the overlay account? I know every year you take what percent? Is it I forget, 4%?
Roughly around 1%.
1%. So when does that new money come into the account?
When at some point in, I'd say October, November, after you guys certify, once you guys do the tax classification hearing and the Department of Revenue certifies our methodology and our financials, then our fiscal year 2024 budget will be approved by the state.
Okay, so that means that in September, October, somewhere in that region, there'll be
I would
another
say November, maybe December.
November, December, there'll be another 4 million in the account.
I don't know the exact amount now because that's probably a few months down the road, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted everybody to understand that this isn't a stagnant number. This number increases every year. Thank you.
I would use the term it changes every year.
Well, depending on what happens, sometimes it goes down and sometimes not, but so far it's all going up.
Okay, we have a motion for no action necessary. Are there further comments, questions, or discussion on Councilor Kalis's motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of no action necessary, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed or abstentions?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so you're opposed to no action necessary?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's 7 in favor, 1 opposed. I believe we have a full complement right now. Okay, that takes care of that item, and we have voted on the assessing budget. So, Mr. Shaughnessy, thank you. I believe that does it for your participation tonight. Let me just check in with my colleagues. Anybody object to that? I know we've got, you know, a number of sort of interrelated items, but I think we can safely let Mr. Shaughnessy enjoy his evening.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's still work to be done in this area, which is why I voted against no action necessary right now. I mean, I certainly have some ideas of how the overlay surplus money could and should be spent, so I was gonna bring that up later. Again, so I think that the vote to NAN, it's premature, but I don't believe we need to keep Mr. Shaughnessy around any longer. He's given us the information I know that I was looking for, so thanks.
Okay. Did you want to reconsider that?
No,
vote?
it's fine. We'll get into the discussions and it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Shaughnessy, thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you guys all.
clear, factual, and helpful presentation as always. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is the HR budget. So the no action necessary, of course, was on that discussion item, the 193-23. We still have open before us the budget items 1-23, 1-23 subparens 3, 1-23 subparens 4. And the next one, as I said, is our human resources budget. I saw there she is, Miss P.T. O'Brien. Hello, welcome. If we could have you introduce your budget, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, can you hear me? I am unmuted. Yes.
Yes, we can.
It's a pleasure to be here with you all today for my 4th budget round with the City of Newton. With your permission, I'd actually like to start by introducing our new Deputy Director and then perhaps provide you all with a few brief updates before we jump into any questions with the committee. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you. So along my side tonight, or I should say at least 1, 2, 3, 4 cubes, I think from me, is Francoise Charlotte. Francoise was appointed as our Deputy Director in February of this year. I am incredibly excited to have her join our team. She has made already significant impacts on our HR team as well as the organization. And in the short time she's been here with us, and I just feel so very fortunate to partner with her in the management of our department and the HR functions citywide. So I'll turn it over to Francoise for a brief moment so she can perhaps share a bit about herself.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, and we're excited to have you.
Yes, thank you, Michelle, and thank you all for welcoming me here in this space. As Michelle said, my name is Francoise Charlotte, and I'm honored to be here today alongside Michelle to share with you our department's vision and goals for the next year. So a little bit about myself is just prior to joining our team here, I had the privilege of working in various progressive roles in HR for the City of Boston and also the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. During my time with the City of Boston's Office of Human Resources, I was involved in the development and implementation of a number of successful HR initiatives, which include the creation of a comprehensive wellness program for city employees and the development of a new shared services HR strategy for the city. Now, as Deputy Director here, I'm excited to bring my expertise and experience to Newton. So far, since taking on this role almost 3 months ago, I've been working closely with the HR team to assess our current operations and identify areas for enhancement. I've had the opportunity to meet with members of Mayor Fuller's leadership team, as well as work directly with union leaders and individual employees across the organization. So far, it's been a pleasure partnering with Michelle as we share the same vision of enhancing the employee experience and attracting, developing, and retaining the best talent to serve our community. Michelle will speak to our key areas of focus, but what I will end with is that I'm excited about the future. We've already done great work together in this short time, and I look forward to achieving our shared goals and having a positive impact on our employees and our city. So thank you again for allowing me a moment to address you. And if it's okay, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to Michelle to discuss our immediate goals.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and welcome again.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Francoise. Again, we are just so happy to have her join our team, and we're having a lot of fun, aren't we, Francoise? We sure are. So we have many goals in HR, but I understand you have quite the agenda tonight. So in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on the two immediate areas, but would be happy to address any others from our fiscal year 24 budget outcomes and strategies that's in our budget materials. The two areas I'll quickly focus on, as I'm sure you can imagine, are benefits administration, specifically health insurance, and the hot topic, recruitment. So we'll start with health insurance administration. So in that area, as you all know, we went out to bid for competitive health insurance quotes and have now partnered with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I have worked with Blue Cross Blue Shield in some way for almost all of my years working in municipal HR. And I am extremely excited to partner with them. In HR, our focus is to ensure the best quality health insurance possible for our employees, our retirees, and of course their families. So from my perspective, partnering with Blue Cross will help us achieve those goals. As you may know, Blue Cross is considered the gold standard for municipal health insurance. They understand the needs of municipal employers, municipal employees, and even have a dedicated municipal support unit, which I find very helpful and recently very helpful. I'd hope to have time to go into more detail on why I feel we're fortunate to begin this partnership, but I know we're limited at time, so I'm going to leave it at this. Blue Cross has an expansive network throughout New England, across the country. They have dedicated staff to support us directly as an employer, but as well as our retirees, employees, their families. They have been instrumental in the implementation and transition these past weeks, as well as with addressing the pretty significant complexities caused by the recent Harvard Pilgrim healthcare ransomware attack. They support healthy aging, they believe in wellness, and they're committed to health equity, all things that are important to us in Newton. So I could not be happier to be partnering with Blue Cross as we work to ensure the smooth transition of, what is it, Maureen, 8,800 lives, I think, in our last count on our plans. That's very important that we have smooth transition as possible. And with the HR teams and Blue Cross working together, it's going well. Our open enrollment period is still in full swing with the deadline approaching May 31st. The HR team has organized or held probably over 24 informational events throughout the city, both in person or remotely, because we do have especially retirees that are not in our area. We had our big event this past Wednesday. Our employee and retiree health and benefits fair was so much fun. I had a great time. We really made a significant push to reach retirees this particular year. We always make that push, but it can be challenging to reach them. So we thought really creatively about how to do that. That was a lot of late nights with Francoise and I, figuring out ways to reach out to them in a more active and direct way. And that obviously was very successful because it was evident by the retirees, the number of retirees that are visiting us in HR regularly all day and joining our informational events, whether it's in person or remotely. So far it's going very well, and we're looking forward to a successful transition on July 1st, and obviously our future partnership with Blue Cross in the years to come. Normally, Madam Chair, I always take an opportunity, like my friend and colleague Jim Shaughnessy, to highlight my staff are always in competition for the best department, and often go before or after each other in these meetings. As Ginger, Mary, Michelle, the other Michelle, Kelly, Carolyn, and our newest benefits administrator, Joanne Libbard, who we recruited from Wellesley with 12 years of experience in municipal benefit administration. It is a unique area. We were very fortunate to be able to have her join our team. So thank you to all of them. And then, Madam Chair, I think it's important to share with you all the great partnership that the city HR team has with the Newton Public Schools HR team and administration as well. Caitlin, Jane, English, they have worked with us, I want to say daily. I think I just responded to an email from one of them about an hour ago. We have the goal of having consistent policies and practices throughout the city and making sure that this transition is smooth for all of our employees wherever they may work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. In terms of recruitment, it was obviously, it's been on your agendas here or there. And I heard in the earlier meetings, some of the impacts of recruitment challenges we're feeling. So it's top priority for us right now. I did provide a lot of detail in the HR department letter regarding recruitment challenges and strategies. So I encourage you to take a look at that if you haven't, but in the interest of time, I won't go into too much detail, but I will add, we are not alone. Post-pandemic, the entire country is experiencing a significant shortage of workers. COVID-19 just led people to make a lot of fundamental changes in the way they approach work. A lot of workers who exited the workforce when the pandemic hit have not returned. And there's a lot of studies. I just saw one earlier today showing that many may never return at all. Or for those that do return, this is called the Great Reshuffle, that they're not going to return in the same kind of work or profession or employment status they had prior to the pandemic. We have seen some improvement in the last year in the overall job market throughout the country, but government employers are not bouncing back in the same way. They just are not. And again, we're not alone as a government employer in that. This is a conversation that the Mass Municipal Association is addressing. I actually even present and discuss reimagining recruitment in a series of presentations that are happening over the course of a year's time, and it's ending in June. It is on all of our minds. There was an immediate decline in interest in government jobs the months following the start of the pandemic, and a high percentage of existing government workers left their jobs at the start or at some point during the pandemic. So as a government employer, we lost employees and have small candidate pools. Oh, it's even more challenging for our particular sector. I know it all sounds terrible, but we're up for the challenge. And we are addressing it in every way we can. We too struggle with vacancies. We recently filled 2 vacant positions. Francoise and Joanne joined our team, but we still have 2 positions that remain vacant, and one of those directly supports recruitment. Nevertheless, we're addressing recruitment daily. We're changing the way we think about employee benefits. Instead of just highlighting traditional government benefits you might see or that are just known to people that apply to all employees, like pension or health insurance or security. We dig deeper into the needs of specific professions. What does a police officer want? What does a school nurse want? What does a mechanic want? We look to private industry to see what they're doing to entice those professions and see if we can learn something from there and somewhat, emulate or copy their recruitment strategies in a way to draw those candidates to the city of Newton. We think about our employees as multidimensional people. Where do mechanics go shopping? What are often their hobbies? Okay, let's go to those places. Let's make connections and share our job opportunities. And you'll often see our HR business partners going to those locations to make those relationships and make our job opportunities available. And I do know our deputy commissioner in DPW, we've made some strides there. And she mentioned that recently in a meeting, I believe, with you. We think about groups of people in our region that often do not consider government work and find ways to connect with them. We get creative by going to local job fairs, connecting with local colleges, trade schools, community organizations, professional associations. We partner with our union leaders. That is very, very important. And we use social media to showcase why Newton is a municipal employer of choice. We revisit our job positions, our advertisements, our actual workplaces. And if you believe it, we actually collaborate with our competitors. We collaborate with our neighboring communities. It often can be very helpful. But most importantly, we focus on our existing employees and we work to enhance the employee experience. Our employees and everyone on this screen are our greatest recruiters. If our employees are happy, they will tell others, they will recruit for us. The more we highlight our employee experience on platforms like LinkedIn or other professional social media sites or organizations, the more competitive we'll be, the more candidates will want to work for us. So investing in our employees also is investing in recruitment and retention. It's a challenge, but we're making strides. We're thinking creatively. I'm thinking in ways I haven't thought, and I've been doing this 20 years. It's a boatload of fun, but we also want to be able to, fill these really important positions at such a challenging time. We're seeing, especially in the last 6 months, a lot of improvement. And in response to our efforts, especially in the DPW area, And as we staff up HR, we'll bring in more diverse and creative ideas on recruitment and retention. And as I say to the HR team, more often than they would probably like to hear, we get better every day, and we are. So I've been here now 4 years, and many of you gotten to know me. And for those that do know me, you know I could talk about municipal work for all hours of the night. But rather than do that, I will leave it there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair, that you or the committee might have.
Thank you, and thank you for very comprehensive presentation and information as always. It's great to have you with our committee, and you know, we always enjoy the conversation, so we appreciate it. Councillor Downs, and then President Albright.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Francine. Looking forward to good work. Ms. O'Brien, I wanted to thank you for working to build the Purple Team around dispatch. I know it's been really important in keeping some of our overtime expenses down, and for your efforts around recruitment, particularly police and fire, where I understand it's particularly challenging. I'd like to ask about possibly a home rule petition about removing civil service for hiring for those positions. Can you give us a little insight into that?
Well, it is an important option to consider, and it's an important topic. And I know many of you on the screen who I have interacted with a lot know that I took my former community, the town of Norwood, out of civil service. It was a very different time. Right now, there is a lot of discussion at the legislative level of civil service reform, and the executive office, my office, and a lot of departments stay on top of that. I actually serve on a board, the Massachusetts Municipal Personnel and Labor Policy Committee, and we have a member who is assigned to stay on top and address and advocate for municipalities in terms of civil service reform. So I do think it should be something that we consider, but it is complex, but it is not impossible. It can be done.
Great, thank you. And on the health insurance costs, I understand Blue Cross is a really good insurer and offered us a lower rate year over year than Harvard Pilgrim. But it still seems quite high. The GIC this year was in more the 5% range, and I think we're in the 13% range. Can you speak to that at all?
Maureen, you want to take that one, or do you want me to take? I don't mind.
I'll be happy to jump in. When we went out to bid, what we have had happening here in the city is, as people emerged from COVID and started seeing their doctors again, we knew that we would see a surge. We saw that surge in fiscal 22. We are still seeing that surge in 23, and we're not at all convinced that it's actually going away. And so the increase in our rates is partly to right size the rates that we need to be charging our active employees. Our retiree rates are actually decreasing significantly. So if we look at it holistically, our costs will end up going up by about 5% this year, but that will not be what anybody will see. People will either see a significant reduction if you're a retiree, and if you are an active or, certainly a counselor who may take our insurance, if you were on Harvard before, you will see either a 20% or an 18% increase, depending on if you're on an individual or a family plan. If you were on Tufts, I think the increases are more in the 8 to 10% ranges, because anyone who was on Tufts was paying a higher premium before. And so now everybody will have the same premium. It will only be one plan. And so we had to get to a point where we, put everybody on the same premium rate for actives.
Right, so I understand that. I guess I'm just concerned, um, because the GIC rate was half that, and I would think that the city would have anticipated and built up some reserves against the fact that people weren't going to their doctors in the midst of the pandemic when that looked dangerous, and put it off, and we would be having them return to their normal habits last year and this year. And so I guess that's why it still bothers me that we have this much of an increase. So I'm all set.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Michelle, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure if I was frozen or not. It's good to see you. It's excellent to see you, actually, even if it's only across the screen. And we, as a council, remain indebted to all the help that you gave us when we hired our 2 staff in the same year. So thank you very much for all of that. I have a question for you about, I know in our office, in the clerk's office right now, we have one of the people that we just hired in this past year. His salary is considerably lower than the salary for his job that's being offered by other communities. And we're scared that we're going to lose this person, but it isn't just that job, it's other jobs. And I'm wondering, do you have the staff to be able to do a salary review? Is that something that you're able to do with your staff, or do you need a consultant money, or how does that happen?
Well, what I can say is both Maureen and I are staffing up HR and financial services. And I don't want to speak for her, but I do think as we continue to staff up, it is something we probably could partner with to take a closer look at. Now, we do look at compensation on a regular basis. We do that through the collective bargaining process with our union employees, and then on a regular basis on our non-union group. It is not uncommon to see that we sometimes are paying lower and sometimes paying higher, and that can often be the difference in the type of organization, form of government, things like that. But I would be happy to help you with that. And in fact, I do recall an email from Carol, I believe it was late last week, during our open enrollment health and wellness fair. I will get back to her and we can talk about that.
Okay, terrific. And Francoise, I want to say thank you to you for all of those wonderful emails about the open enrollment and about the fair. And it's really because of your emails that I got over there, and I actually got some information that I really needed. So I thank you for that.
Thank you so much. We do a lot of work, and we have been really thinking really creatively on how we can do the most outreach. And each time we go to an in-person or virtual or remote session, or we hear feedback from our partners with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we hear about how many folks we have that are engaging at our events, it just is a true testament to all of the work that we're putting in to make sure that we reach everyone with different abilities, whether they can make it to our sessions in person or remotely. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. I just want to echo what President Albright just raised, because she took my questions exactly. I was going to, first raise the salary issue, especially in the clerk's office. I mean, you know that we have a particular view into 2 departments, the clerk's office and our comptroller's office. And in both cases, in watching the hiring process this year, I've seen the struggles of trying to compete for talent with salaries that frankly, I think can be hard for folks to be able to live their lives on. So so I appreciate your response around that. I was also just going to ask along those lines. I mean, I know you have 2 vacancies in your department, which clearly is tough, because I've seen firsthand how hard you and your team members are working. If those vacancies were full, do you feel like your department is the right size? it seems to me that there is a lot as a city from an HR department. We just touched on one of the major issues in terms of, salary studies and those types of things. But in the last couple of meetings that I've also participated in, the topic of measuring our progress with respect to management training and DEI training, and the tools that we're really in need of and not yet implementing to be able to make sure that the things we are investing in are actually working. Things that we've talked about since you joined us in Newton. I know you know that I care about this. A review process and giving feedback to our managers and helping them to continue, develop, and grow. Tools that I know are useful and that you believe in, but that I also see that there's no way you and your team members have the bandwidth to be taking on and implementing right now. So that's why I asked the question.
And the question was, do I feel we are properly staffed?
Yeah, I mean, if you were full and you had the 2 vacancies filled, is that enough? It just strikes me that we have real areas for growth, and I'm wondering if in an ideal world, I mean, and I know we're not talking about unlimited resources where if you could have 10 people, great. So I think you get what I'm asking. I mean,
Yes.
do you need more resources?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. One of the reasons why Mayor Fuller recruited me, and I was a direct recruit, I did not apply for the position here in Newton, but was extremely excited when I received her phone call because of my personal and deep roots in Newton, was because I build HR departments. I've done this before. And one thing that I've learned is to follow professional guidelines based on your sector as well as your number of employees in terms of staffing your HR department. But what I typically like to do, because we work in the complex world of municipal government, I staff it to the level that I think can maintain the existing needs and see where I can leverage the talents of the people we recruit. And then each year go back to request if I feel it's needed to add a position. And I've been very fortunate that the executive office allowed me to have a deputy director and a benefits administrator. I was desperate for those 2 positions. So for fiscal year 24, I had goals that were greater. So you don't see additional staff. But I have already mentioned to the executive team, so Maureen has heard me say this before, that I do think in the future, after we see how those 2 positions, we can leverage their skills and ability, as well as Joanne and Francoise, who are also recruits from other communities. We brought them from other communities to be with the experience. We might be talking in future years about a model that has more staff that's in line with organizations like the Society for Human Resource Management, who gives a lot of guidance to professionals like myself in fully staffing. Although we have never been fully staffed in the 4 years I have been here, I have not had a full staff at any point in that 4 years, and I hope too soon. Francoise is taking on filling those 2 positions and have been actively interviewing. We still are able to, not to my complete satisfaction, Madam Chair, because you know me well, but enough to feel like we are making an impact and starting to affect our employee experience and our supervisors and managers, and still address managerial training, supervisory training. But there is so much more we would like to do. Francoise and I think in less than 3 months, we've worked 12-hour days almost every day. And most of the time after 5 p.m. is our vision and our goals and what we know we can do for our city. And we have great partners on this screen. I see Perry, I see Steve, I see a lot of names on the screen that we work closely with. Maureen, I think in the coming months, as we staff those positions, we'll see what we can accomplish and come back next year and let you know if we think we're doing good or we need some more staff.
Thank you. Councillor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's rare that I am able to join a finance meeting, so I'm glad that I was able to do it tonight. And I'm doing my health and wellness by walking during the meeting.
Very good.
Ms. O'Brien, I haven't had the pleasure to meet you in person, and I hope I can in the near future. My question is, we're fortunate to live in a community that has institutions of higher education, and I know there's quite a few communities I can think of, Northampton and the city of Waltham, that both have relationships with their schools and colleges in those towns to benefit both perhaps employees of the city, but also residents of the city, whether they're able to take classes at a reduced cost, or something to that. And I haven't heard that we have something like that with our communities. I'm thinking particularly of Boston College, but also LaSalle. And I was wondering, is that something that you think would be worth pursuing in terms of adding value to the experiences of our residents here in Newton, and perhaps as another perk for employees to be able to maybe take courses there?
This is why I love these meetings, and I say I could talk for hours about municipal work. I'm going to leave the Blue Cross, the Boston College question, I think, to Maureen. Would you like to address that one, perhaps? Or I can. It's up to you.
I will quickly say that our employees had enjoyed a wonderful program with Boston College, where they gave us 10 vouchers each semester. And so we created a raffle system, if you will, if we had fewer than 10 people who were in a degree program. And if people wanted to take a second course, they were potentially able to do so. So other times we had 10 people who were enrolled, and so people would get like one course at a time. We have several employees who actually got degrees from Boston College as our employees, did not have to pay for those degrees, and have stayed on and had wonderful careers with us. Unfortunately, Boston College has really scaled back on that program, and so anyone who had not matriculated into a degree program as of probably 2 years ago now, they're not accepting any additional people. So that was unfortunate, because it was a great program.
And why did they do that? I mean, considering they only pay us a fairly small amount in taxes, why wouldn't that be sort of considered a payment in lieu of taxes?
Well, we certainly used to consider it to be that. That was certainly a decision that they made, that I personally don't know what their thought process was.
Please go ahead.
What I can add, Councilor Leary, is that we believe in the concept you're talking about, and our HR business partners regularly work with colleges in the area like LaSalle and Mount Ida, and there are some other groups that I can't think of right now that are not only in Newton or connected in some way with Newton or in the Newton area, to be able to supplement, because the item I wish I could talk more about is employee development and training, because that's important to us, but I wanted to keep it limited. And partnering with those, and also technical, there's also technical schools where we could have some of our skilled workforce enhance their skills. Investing in your employees is investing in your organization, and in our case, investing in your community. So these are ways we can do that at limited cost to supplement the loss of some of the Blue Cross. I keep saying Blue Cross for Boston College. Blue Cross is on my mind. Boston College. Maureen and I have been working together to push the Suffolk University leadership and finance programs and leadership programs through the Mass Municipal Association. I myself have even taught in some of those programs and was on the board when we started that relationship with the Mass Municipal Association in Suffolk. We have a recent graduate, Perry Rosenfeld, who just graduated. Is that correct, Perry? Yeah, in the MPA, Masters in Public Administration Leadership Program, something along that way. And he gets credits towards completing a Master's in Public Administration with Suffolk University if he would like. So we have maintained, even with our limited staff, whenever we can, ways to partner up with these types of groups. We also use them to get our job postings out there and connect with career development. And even with Boston College reducing, some of their participation with supporting employees in educational ventures, they're still working closely with us when it comes to interns or it comes to working with career development, so we can bring Boston College students to our organization. So
that's great. And now we have, of course, the UMass Amherst campus at Mount Ida. Perhaps we could approach UMass about that. I don't know whether we should go back and talk to Boston College. They're probably still a little annoyed about Webster Woods. So, but anyway, I think it would be a wonderful benefit.
Yeah, it's a really great topic, Councilor Leary, and I appreciate you raising it. I am going to encourage us to
yes, I'm all
move
done
to the next topic. Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the answer. I'm glad you raised it because that was good to know. It's interesting. And I just want to see, it looks to me like that's all the hands we have. So I want to ask if we have a motion for a straw vote on the HR budget. Councilor Kalis?
So moved to approve.
Okay, motion to approve. Do we have any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor on a straw vote basis, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's 8-0 on a straw vote. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Really delighted to meet our new deputy director, and just thank you both for the tremendous amount of work that you do each day to support our city, support our employees. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You're very welcome, and we appreciate all of your support. And I always enjoy speaking to you, but I know you have a busy night, so thank you again.
Okay.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
See you.
Take
Okay,
care.
you too. Let's go on to the financial services budget. And then I think we'll do the executive and sustainability after that, because our final budget of the night, obviously we have other orders of business after that, but is the comptroller retirement budget. We held that the last time. I expect that might be a little bit more discussion. So financial services first. Ms. Lemieux, is that, are you gonna do the
Yes.
presentation there? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just kick it off. As you may all know, we are completing our second year with this department in place. We've really spent much as our HR department has. We've spent a lot of the last 2 years really staffing up this department. We have, the goal for this department is to have a professional, efficient financial infrastructure and backbone, if you will, for the municipal side of city government. We have the comptroller's office, which obviously is strong and does a wonderful job. But what we really were lacking as a city was having a strong payroll department and having a strong financial planning and analysis area. I am pleased, I think last year you met them both. I'm going to have Perry Rosenfield, who is our manager of financial planning and analysis, or FP&A as we refer to it, and Allison Quach, who is our manager of payroll. What I would like to do, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, is give them each 3 minutes to explain what their arm of the organization does, and then we will be happy to open it for questions. You see us very often, so I think a lot of you have a real good sense of what it is that we do. But if I can turn it over to, let's go to Allison first, and then Perry, and 3 minutes is what we're planning on doing.
Sure. Before you go to that,
Can I ask, can anyone still hear me?
I can. Is the
Okay,
chair-
so it's
The chair's
the
gone
chair
silent.
that froze?
Kalis, you got to take control.
All right, let's
Seize the
continue with
moment.
Allison. I don't know what the chair's question was going to be when she comes back.
I don't either, and it was, she said, before we do this.
Right.
But Maureen, why don't you start your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so Allison, please jump right in. Oh, Oh, I thought she came back, but go ahead, Allison.
I'll
Good
finish
evening.
later. Sorry about that. Allison, welcome. I have no idea what just happened. I got kicked out of the Zoom, but please go ahead.
I thought it happened to me too, so I'm not sure what's going on. Good evening. Thank you, Maureen, and thank you, chairs. My name is Allison, and I'm the payroll manager for the city of Newton. Working with a great team and unlimited support from from Maureen, we did have a very successful years this years. We was able to accomplish a lot. Some of them are communication, organizing, and of course also better plannings. We work very closely with HR departments and timekeepers to improve and constantly improve our process to ensure that employees are paid in a timely manners, also pay correctly and withhold deduction correctly to complying with the labor laws. So this year we was able to improve a lot of process in terms of paying the employee on times, and also paying them correctly in terms of, especially when in the past when we do pay out, we don't have a check and balance in terms of paying our employees. Now we have a process in place that we work with HR to ensure that these payments are being verified and make sure that they are being paid to complying with contractually compliance. And we also able to ensure that the employees overtime pay are within the timely manner within the pay periods, to avoid any legal issues. And then we also had a lot of communication with the timekeeper and training them to understand how important and crucial it is to follow the guideline for the payroll rule and regulations. HR and our departments also work on several SOP and also revise the some forms with clear and better instruction for the timekeeper to follow. We also, one of the accomplishment that we make, I think, is to eliminate a lot of return direct deposit. In the past, we had direct deposit go to HR, or sometimes even employee email us the direct deposit forms, which also delayed the process of updating the system information in the system, because many times employee close their account and then inform us. But now employee actually come directly to our office for all changes, and we require the employee to show us the ID. This way we can update the information immediately in our payroll system to ensure that the information go through immediately. And then the other things we also has accomplished, having employee learn, understand a little bit more about the payroll law and regulation, because with understanding these law and regulation also help them make proper decision, and also help them identify any errors when they're encountering. Without the knowledge, sometimes they will not know that, you know, like if we are actually complying with the law or not.
Thank you, Allison. If I can just jump in, Madam Chair. What you just heard Allison describing, I'm sure a lot of you were sitting here thinking, well, for goodness sakes, we're a very large organization. Making sure that we're paying people their overtime on time, making sure that we know what each department's pay week is, that we're paying all of our employees for the same week, that we're doing things accurately. All of these things, this is exactly why we needed to form this department. I can't even begin to tell you how many things we were doing incorrectly because we didn't really have a centralized organization that really was in control of all of these things. And so with Allison's addition here, Allison came from Malden and had spent many years doing payroll there. And we've really, really come leaps and bounds and look forward to what we're going to accomplish in the next couple of years to continue to really professionalize our payroll and to make sure that we're getting everything right and that we're in compliance with all the state and federal laws, because we have not been. So you hate to realize and admit something like that in an organization this side, but that's really the fact of the matter. And so Allison has really been a fabulous addition.
Thank you.
If we may, I don't know if you want to take questions on payroll, if we want to jump to Perry, and then we're happy
I would
to
jump
answer.
jump to Perry, and then we'll take questions.
So thank you, everyone. I am happy to be back again to talk about financial planning and analysis. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Connor Roach. He is our senior financial analyst within financial planning. You may have seen him in all the other finance meetings sitting there. He has been incredibly invaluable this year. He started with us in August of last year. He came from the Encore Casino, and he has just taken off kind of learning municipal finance, getting used to the operations of a city. So he has been incredibly helpful with everything. So I talked about this last year, but the main two pieces for financial planning are putting together the budget in the spring and then putting together the capital plan and the long-range financial forecast in the fall. Those are really the two focal points within our department that we strive for over the course of the year. However, as Maureen mentioned earlier, we've been getting involved in other pieces as well. For example, we've been working with human resources on the health insurance, running census data for them, ad hoc reports for other departments, and just really kind of being there and pulling the data and making sure other departments have what they need to make those educated decisions, both in the short term, the medium term, and the long term. Maureen mentioned this as well, but some of the summer projects that we have lined up this year are with the assuming the change for the pension funding goes through, we are going to have to update our 5-year and 10-year long-range financial forecast models. We are going to be looking at the total complements for the fire department, seeing what those numbers really are, what they should be. And just, I keep coming back to this, but it is our job to make sure the other departments in the city have the data, have access to the data, and have it really in an easy to view and understandable way to allow them to make the decisions that need to be made. So thank you all.
Thank you. And where I was going with my comments before Zoom kicked me out was to thank Mr. Rosenfield, Mr. Roach, and Ms. Quach. As wonderful as we know Ms. Lemieux is, we also know that you make her look good with all of the incredible work that you do behind the scenes. And in particular, Mr. Rosenfield and Mr. Roach, you guys have been a quiet but steady and supportive presence at our finance committee meetings this year. And even though we don't necessarily hear from you that often, it doesn't mean that we don't notice that you're there and know that you're doing the work. And I hope that as our work goes on, we'll continue to get to know the three of you who are on the screen better than we do today, and wanted to express my appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could not have said it any better.
Can we look for comments and questions from the committee, please? Okay, this is a pretty straightforward budget, I think, particularly given that we're still in the early stages of this department, but happy to see that it is taking off in a successful way. Do we have a motion on this budget?
I'll move approval.
Motion to approve on a straw vote basis from Councillor Kalis. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's 8-0. Thank you for joining us. Let's go on to our next, which is, I believe, our executive and sustainability. Excuse me, while I just get back over to my agenda. Yes, so let's do executive and sustainability next. Ms. Lemieux, do you want to start on that one as well?
Yes, thank you. The two areas that we would like to cover tonight are not only sustainability, and so Ann Berwick and Bill Ferguson are here with us. And again, they're going to be brief in their comments. And we can certainly take questions on sustainability. And then we should also, although I don't see her on my screen, but I presume she's here. There she is, Hattie Kerwin Derrick. We certainly wanted to give you a little bit of an update on DEI. And because that's such an important function, and it's actually housed in the executive office. Beyond that, obviously, I see and talk to all of you plenty. Any questions that anybody has on any strategies that we had in the budget, if we haven't already discussed them, or if we don't think we're going to, feel free to ask me anything. But we'll focus, if we may, on sustainability and then DEI.
Thank you. And actually, I was just going to make a note to Ms. Flynn, because I remember that last year we also had a terrific presentation on the DEI function within the executive office. And next year, I want to make sure that we actually notice it that way, so that we list all three departments on our agenda. If there's a way to capture that, Ms. Flynn, I'd be appreciative. So Ms. Lemieux, you wanted to start with
so I guess
Mr.
if
Ferguson
we start
and Ms.
with
Berwick?
Ann,
Yep.
maybe we'll start with Ann.
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We were actually, Bill was going to start for the two of us.
Yeah, thank you, Ann. So Ann and I briefly met and decided that maybe the best way to try to give a quick, compact presentation on our activities and initiatives was to kind of tick off a list of things that we're working on, and then open it up to questions. So I'm going to attempt to do that. Ann can fill in if she thinks I've missed any things, and then we'll open it up for questions, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
That sounds great. Thank you.
So Ann and I put together this list. This isn't everything, but we think it's the highlights. So we're working on the phase 3 solar program still. Under solar, we have 18 operating projects that are successfully operating. We had 11 that were approved that have been on hold, but are now in the development stage. We have our Green Communities Grants program, which is continuing. We received grants again this year, and we expect to receive a substantial grant next year that will help us with some of our projects, such as possibly the library or Pierce School. We continue to receive utility rebates, which are deposited into the Energy Stabilization Fund, which every year I come by and ask for some of that money back to use for our energy projects. We also have some work, important work we're doing on ordinances, including the specialized opt-in code that Ann assisted the council on, and that was recently adopted. And Ann is working on the 10 communities pilot program for electrification. We're also working on a BERDO ordinance, which is the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance. The Newton Power Choice is the aggregation program that serves the entire community and provides green power, actually at a much lower price lately than Eversource electricity. We have our For Our Future campaign, which is coordinated by Leora Silks, our energy coach, which is a citywide public awareness program aimed at existing residential buildings, primarily 1 to 4 family buildings for both owners and renters. And that includes our Energy Coach program, where we have several volunteer energy coaches that give advice to residents. And we've actually received or given out our 500th consult recently since that program began. Ann is also involved in legislative coordination on the state level. We want to emphasize that we also work in coordination with the Newton Citizens Commission on Energy, who they're an important partner on a lot of things we do, just about everything, and certainly have been a key partner working on the Birdo ordinance. We're also in the public buildings space. We're working closely with Josh and Alex Valcasi to make sure that our new buildings, such as Lincoln Elliott and New Cal, include solar, and also to make sure that we're maximizing the incentives that we get from the utilities for sustainable new construction. And I think that summarizes the list I had. Ann, is there anything you wanted to add to that list?
I think that does pretty much cover the waterfront, Bill. Thank you. I just add, we have a small micro grants program going with the Village Bank, in which the city contributes $2,500 or has contributed $2,500 in the past year, and the Village Bank $2,500. And we've given out 3 grants this far and have a couple of other applications pending. And I should mention that we actually go out to bid tomorrow on the next Newton Power Choice contract. The current contract doesn't expire until January of 2024, but for a variety of reasons, we believe that it's advantageous for customers for us to go out to bid and now for a new contract that rec prices will be advantageous now as opposed to later in the year. So I'll just stop there and both Bill and I can take questions.
Thank you. I only see one hand at this time, Councilor Kalis.
Yeah, that's interesting, Ms. Berwick. I was just going to ask about that, when you're going to go out to bid on it, because I got a note in my inbox that rates were going down starting July 1st. So maybe it's advantageous to wait a little bit.
Well, those are the Eversource rates, and that's a different matter from what we think. Those are the Eversource rates for the summer, which always go down in the summer. And our municipal aggregation consultant, Peregrine, is advising us that it's advantageous to go out now rather than to wait later in the year when they're predicting that prices will go up and that rec prices will go up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and also when we go out to bid, if we don't like the prices, we can say, see you tomorrow.
That's all.
Okay, Councilor Bowman and Crossley.
Sure. So thank you. So first, I'll start with the municipal aggregation program. I'm a big fan of it. I opted up to 100% renewable. I'm always surprised when I'm on calls with communities across the state and the number of communities who would like to have similar programs and would like to have options to be able to do this, and the difficulties they face. I will also say I'm one of those 500 cases. My husband and I upgraded our 35-year-old plus gas heater and air conditioning unit, and now have gone with a combination of a air source heat pump and a mini split for our 3rd floor. And I would not have had. It was a difficult enough process for us, and just all the different information we were getting. It was so helpful to be able to first talk to Leora and then to talk to one of the Green Newton coaches that she helps to organize. to really just sit down and go through line by line what the contract said and assemble more questions. It was so helpful, but you know, and I can say I'm a big fan so far. Couple months in with our system, just the quality of the air, it all is better now. Now I just have to figure out how to get rid of my gas stove, but yeah, I'm a huge fan, and I'm a huge fan of the great work that your department is doing. You know, I'd like to be moving faster on our climate initiatives, but I also feel lucky that we're in Newton and that we've done as much as we've done. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I will say in terms of Newton Power Choice that we lead the state in terms of the amount of renewable power that's in our standard or default level of renewable power. Lead the state by a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley.
Thank you. On this subject, I would just like to echo and expand upon the praise, the amount of work and the breadth of work that this tiny department, with its reach into other departments, but the amount and breadth of work that you have undertaken and have accomplished is extraordinary for the tiny budget that is allocated to this division. And I want to say in particular, I've very much enjoyed working with Ms. Berwick on the ordinances so far, that for the rest of the council's ears, if you don't come or listen to the Zoning and Planning Committee, there's a memo that Ms. Berwick wrote on the new regulatory, or the updated, probably final regulatory framework for 10 communities. And we're opening a public hearing on June 14th. So you'll get all the lowdown in the packet the week before that, and a presentation that evening if you are able to come. I have only one question, which, you know, normally we take up in public facilities, but we did not this year, for Mr. Ferguson. The Green Communities program, we are still submitting every year, correct?
Yes,
Our
correct.
progress on Green Communities, which is simply reporting our municipal energy reduction stats.
Right.
And it's normally in December, and I still don't know where we stand. How are we doing?
I think we were at an 11% reduction, I believe it was, compared to the base year. That's what we reported this year. I think it's correct. I'd have to double check that, but that's right in the ballpark anyway.
Is there hope for us ever achieving 20%? It sounds like it gets further into the future.
Well, I think the way we're going to get to 20% is by electrification. And we're beginning to, as you know, escalate our activity in that area by, first of all, converting the old Horace Mann, which is now NECP, to all electric. Lincoln Elliott will be all electric. New Cal is all electric, and every building the city builds from now on, or does major renovations on, will be all electric. And that'll be the way that we reduce our energy uses, by electrification.
Okay, well, maybe I'd like to not take this committee's time, but bring this up in public facilities, because I thought the Green Communities requirements was about reducing energy demand in our buildings, not cleaning up the energy source, which is really important. But I thought it was more about reducing demand.
It's reducing BTUs, basically. It's reducing BTUs. So electrification is much more efficient than fossil fuels, as you probably know.
Yeah. Okay,
That-
I'll take this offline.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it, Councilor Crossley. It's obviously very important questions, but given
No worries.
that we're approaching 10 p.m. with some
Yep.
substantial items, I just want to encourage us to keep moving.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Norton, did you want to comment? And then I think we'll go on.
Not a comment. I'm just ready. I'd like to move it whenever the time is ready. It's a fabulous department doing amazing work.
Okay,
Not to
thank
put
you.
hard, but I just wanted to, if I have the
I
opportunity.
think the motion, for the straw vote would be for all three of these departments collectively. We still have one section to go through before we're ready for that. So I'll count you as motion made for straw vote in favor. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson and Ms. Berwick. I really appreciate it. And obviously it's terrific work. And I don't mean to cut it short, but we do need to keep going. So I'd love to turn it over to Ms. Kerwin-Derrick to hear about our DEI work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm just going to touch on some highlights considering the time, and I know I'm not the last one, and some are going to be with me early tomorrow morning for community breakfast. So our DEI last year, we had 2 proposals and we went out to bid again. I'm happy to say we had 7 proposals with the second bid, and we went with a company called Racial Equity Group and have begun that work with them. We chose them because of their varied experience, including experience in Massachusetts, both in neighboring Brookline as well as Wellesley. And they have government and municipality experience, which we found key, as well as coming in person. When we went to interview the 7 companies, some of them were only remote interviews and work with our community. And we felt it was important. Some people just don't do well on Zoom. And some of conversations are better had in person. So the company will be coming on site several times throughout the year to work with our departments. The other thing that I'm working on, procurement, looking at a number of communities are looking at this procurement and how can we diversify who gets our bids, both for construction bids, paper, other goods that we go out for. And then, as you know, last month we were approved for looking for a graphic designer for our city seal. Some other things that I work on in my role, boards and commissions, continuing to fill open positions, looking for diverse residents to help fill those positions. We're looking for people who represent our residents throughout the city. So always happy to have conversations about that. Doing some trainings and really collaborating with different departments on their needs, whether it be around DEI, whether it be around, I also help oversee the translation and interpretation services we have for the city. So how can we get our message out there in different ways to our residents? So I help around that. We're actually working with the clerk's department for our census as well as elections. So that will be looking at translating some documents to get out to the community. That's, I think, a good overview of what's happening.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your excellent work and efforts. Councilor Kalis, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kerwin-Derrick. That was great. One quick question. The Racial Equity Group, are they going to be coming on site and helping with different departments and doing trainings type things?
Yep, they're doing trainings. First, they'll start with department heads and then work their way down and then look at, you know, as Michelle said, hiring's a huge thing. So they'll work with HR. What are some unique ways we could look at? And hearing from the first part will be a survey that actually council will actually take part in. And so that's our baseline. What are our needs? And where do we go from there? And we'll do that a couple of times throughout the process. It's not an immediate. We're not looking at one and done. It's a process, and we're taking everyone along the journey with us. For the survey, I'm actually going out to some departments who may not have ready access to computers with iPads, so that they'll be able to have quick access to the survey, and really getting feedback from all levels of our employees.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Do we have other comments or questions on this? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion to approve on a straw vote basis by Counselor Norton. Do we have other discussion on that before we vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we have an 8-0 vote in favor of the Executive Office Department, which of course includes the sustainability and DEI work as well. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for the excellent work you do each day and hanging in there in the late hour. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to take up the comptroller and retirement budget again. We obviously have already had this presentation and discussion. We held the budget the last time. Let me ask Finance Committee members what, if anything, you'd like to do in terms of moving this forward. We're obviously at our last night as a committee of being able to kind of move this out on a straw vote basis. So we can either have more discussion on it now and then vote. We can do what we did with the school department budget and have somebody move approval and then everybody vote as they will, including all abstentions if you want. And but regardless, we need to have some sort of movement forward so that it can get reported out and our budget books into the committee of the whole for next week. Could I have some feedback on what folks would like to do, or perhaps a motion if that is what someone wants to do? Okay, I don't see any motion, so I'll just move approval myself. And then why don't we have, anybody want to comment, or you want to just vote? Okay, no hands. So why don't we just vote? Councilor Gentile?
So I just want to clarify something if we, just move to a vote. My assumption or my belief is that if we approve the retirement budget, that we are in fact approving the action that was announced by the mayor's office to eliminate over 2 years the Medicare Part B reimbursement that retirees have been, receiving for what I'm told is decades. Is that, do you see it that way also, Madam Chair?
I guess, I mean, I suppose you'd be indicating if you were to vote yes, which, I mean, quite frankly, I was sort of expecting all abstentions, which is what happened on the school budget a few weeks ago. I mean, I guess it would be a vote in favor of that because that is incorporated in this section of the budget. As you know, when we get before the committee of the whole, or even here, you could certainly vote no. And if ultimately we all voted no, I think, as you also know, it's a statement more than anything. I mean, it wouldn't change anything in actuality of what's paid and what folks get for Medicare Part B. It just would be expressing a different view of the matter.
But this is, I mean, in this budget is the line item that in effect has been reduced by, I believe, 50%, because next year we're eliminating 50% 50% of the benefit, and then in the following year, we're totally eliminating the benefit. And, you know, I have been asking or lobbying or advocating that we do not include new retirees into getting the Medicare Part B reimbursement, but we grandfather it. And that is certainly something that the council could get behind and encourage the mayor to rethink. So I guess I just want to make sure that everybody understands that you're voting to reduce and eventually eliminate this benefit that our retirees have been getting. And yesterday, in the front page of the Metro section of the Globe was an article about school budgets and the pressures that they're or the city budgets, and in particular school budget. And it was mostly, at least initially, about Brockton, but not far from the beginning of the story, all of a sudden Newton pops up. And it talks about one way that Newton was dealing with what was at one time a $5 million deficit was by cutting the healthcare benefits to its retirees. And I think that is pretty sad in the city of Newton that we're cutting the benefit. So I want, again, I'll speak to this and probably more strongly when we get into the committee of the whole. But that's, if you vote for this budget the way that it is, then you're voting to cut a benefit to our retirees. And I just think that is absolutely wrong. And I'll, at least for now, conclude with this. There are a lot of retirees out there, you know, maybe a widower that's receiving a $20,000, $25,000 or $30,000 retirement and trying to stay in their house. You know what property taxes are here in the city, and to lose $925 that they've been counting on, I think it's just a terrible thing for the city to be doing. So I'll do whatever you want tonight. If you want to vote on it right away, I'll just vote against it. And then hopefully we can talk more about it when we get into the committee of the whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to take a vote just because I don't expect anything else that we're discussing to, you know, impact how people are feeling about dealing with this particular budget. I mean, this budget has in it both, you know, implications, as you just mentioned, for Medicare Part B. It also has the pension appropriation amount that is potentially affected by what we do as a committee of the whole on Thursday night. And it also had the intergovernmental transfer for Horace Mann. So for all those reasons, I really was expecting mostly kind of a procedural movement here rather than any kind of a grand conclusion on this particular budget. But certainly happy to hear from others. Councilor Kalis?
I just have a quick question. I mean, I agree mostly with what Councilor Gentile is saying, but I have a quick question. If Ms. Pizzi O'Brien is still here.
I don't think she is. Do you want to air it and maybe Ms. Lemieux or someone else can help?
Well,
don't
it's a
believe
question
she's
that
with
I
us
brought up. It's a
any
question that I
longer.
brought up last time, which was basically that, you know, you have these promised benefits, and you know, one of the toughest things right now is attracting and retaining talent, and to take it away, even if, you know, in the long run they're going to be earning more, because I understand the calculation Ms. Lemieux has walked us through before, but the initial thought of it, and as Councilor Gentile said in the paper, it's not good for Newton, and especially the way it was done. So there are a lot of extenuating circumstances that I understand, but I was just wondering from an HR perspective, what Ms. Busy O'Brien thought about that.
Maybe maybe you could write her
Yeah.
a note after this meeting, because I don't think she's on anymore, and see if she's able to provide some feedback on that. Okay, so I made a motion to approve, not because I intend to vote yes, but because I just wanted us to be able to take a vote and get on to the last two items on our agenda, which I think are both pretty important items. So unless there's any other discussion, I think we'll do this one with virtual hands so that we're perfectly clear on everybody's vote. Again, this is a straw vote basis. Nothing is binding. All this is doing is moving this along so we can continue with our committee of the whole process next week. Okay, so all those in favor of the comptroller and retirement budget as is, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, so we have one.
Sorry, I
Okay.
got stuck there on the mute. Can you repeat that again? Just
All those in favor of the comptroller and retirement budget as is on a straw vote basis, please raise your hand. Okay, so, and Councilor Norton, were you voting yes as well? Yes. Okay, so 2 in favor. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, so that's 1. Hands, 2 opposed. Hands down. Councilor Gentile, can you just lower that? Thanks. And then abstentions, raise your hand. And that is 4. So we're 2 in favor, 2 opposed, 4 abstentions. Okay, and Ms. Flynn, we determined we don't need a motion to hold on these items, right? Those straw votes do it?
Yep, that's all set.
Okay, great. So that takes care of our budgets for the evening. So we are now going on to our last 2 items. And I think what I'm going to do is put them both on at the same time. So 127-23, this are under the mayor requesting authorization to appropriate and expend $10 million in fiscal year 22 free cash for the Lincoln Elliott Elementary School construction project. Everyone will remember this was first referred to a committee of the whole who held it upon first hearing it, then approved it upon second hearing it, 6 in favor, none opposed, 10 abstentions. Then the item was referred to the Finance Committee, and that is our opportunity to discuss it now. I expect that we'll kind of discuss that first, but 154-23 is a request to transfer $1.75 million to the Rainy Day Stabilization Fund. And just because I expect some of the points made on 127-23 to also apply to 154-23, let's just consider comments and questions on both of those in order. I see we already have a hand from Councilor Humphrey. But what I also want to do is just give Ms. Lemieux a minute just to explain the rainy day stabilization request, and then go over to Councilor Gentile, who I know has been working on this item. So Councilor Humphrey, your hand is up, so let me recognize you first.
I'm putting a motion on the table to approve the Lincoln Elliott item.
Okay, and anything further with that, or?
I'll come back around, but I'm putting the motion there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lemieux, why don't I just give you a minute to talk about, we've already heard a lot about the Lincoln Elliott piece, so I don't think we need to hear more about that right now. Why don't you just give us a minute on the rainy day piece, and then I want to go to Councilor Gentile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were first contemplating going to the retirement board about pushing the full funding date for our pension system out to 2032, we wanted to make sure that we were not moving forward toward recommending something that might jeopardize our bond rating. I think I've said either at Committee of the Whole or here in Finance, I reached out to Cinda McNerney, who is our financial advisor from Hilltop Securities, has been the advisor for the city for decades, I believe, and asked her if she thought there would be any ramifications of us moving our full funding out to 2032, fiscal 2032. She then reached out to our analyst at Moody's to make sure that we were making an informed decision. Moody's opinion was that we needed to be very conscious of our reserves, that we have what they consider to be reserves on the low end of what typically would be held in their AAA communities. And so during that conversation, we talked about the rainy day fund. Moody's has always felt that 5% in our rainy day fund is on the low side. That has never stopped us from being very strong in our opinion that we were comfortable with our 5% because the city is so strong in so many other areas. So even though Moody's has always wanted to see us raise that number, we have resisted that. However, because we are moving hopefully are moving our funding schedule out by 2 years, we really believe that it is prudent, based on the comments that Cinder made to me with her conversation about Moody's, that we move toward a rainy day fund of 6%. To do that, 6% of our budget, to do that, we would need to add $5 million to our fund. Now, the rainy day fund, the good news is this year, the rainy day fund has earned enough that we do not need to come forward asking for an appropriation to keep the rainy day fund at 5%, which this is, I think, the first time in years, if not even since its inception, that the fund has earned enough interest to for us not to have to increase it due to the fact that we raised the budget by 20 million. Typically, we would have come to you and asked for something less than $1 million, but whatever we would need to make sure that the fund stayed at 5%. We do not have to do that this year. And so this docket item is about bringing the fund to 5.33%. I would anticipate that we would be coming forward next year with a similar item, which would get us to 5 2/3. And then by the third year, come forward with another request to get us up to 6%. Our intent is to do it over a 3-year period. Hence, that's what this docket item is all about.
Okay, so one quick thing about this too, because I'm just looking at the sources. So this is 1.5 million from the reserve for snow and ice, because we obviously had a mild winter, and then 250,000 from free cash.
Correct.
All right, so it's 2 different sources moving to the rainy day fund. Councilor Humphrey, question for you. Was your motion for both items or just the Lincoln Elliott item?
It was not. It was just for 127-23. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Gentile, I want to turn to you first. We also have a hand up from Councilor Kalis, so I'll just defer to you if you would like to start us off.
I would move this one forward, actually.
The rainy day?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have motions to approve on both of those.
I think we'll have to do those sequentially.
Well, we'll worry about that when we're ready to vote, which I think we got a while. Councilor Gentile, you go ahead, please.
So I was planning on talking about Lincoln Elliott first, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. In order to increase the rainy day fund from 5% to 6%, Maureen, did I hear you say that is going to cost us $5 million?
Yes, because we have a $500 million budget that's in front of you, so it's an extra 1%. So if we did it all in one fell swoop, it would be 5 million.
Okay. Well, as I suggested the other night at the council meeting, our guideline, I have to respectfully disagree. I was in a number of those meetings with Moody's, and I never heard them question the fact that we we're actually for a while, we were trying to get to 5%. And I always felt that they were very comfortable with that number. That's the number that's in our guidelines. And I'm, as someone who pushed hard for it in the beginning, I don't see the need to increase it to 6%. I think that the money is better spent elsewhere. As I suggested the other night, and we'll get into this in a minute, but think that we should at least look at trying to be a little bit creative in this new interest rate environment that we're in, and we should set up a reserve fund. And the we know we have $10 million that you're asking be bonded, be used on Lincoln Elliott instead of bonding it. We're just under $8 million in overlay surplus. And instead of another $1.5 million going into the rainy day fund, we could put that money into a unrestricted reserve fund. And my understanding is, and you actually confirmed this, and I initially heard this from the chair, that Moody's wasn't so concerned about the amount of our reserves, but they were concerned that that the overwhelming majority of our reserves were in restricted accounts. They had a specific purpose. And so when I heard that, as I suggested to you, and this is new news for my colleagues, because I didn't say this the other night, I was talking about a debt service reserve. I now think that the reserve should just be an unrestricted reserve fund. And my understanding is that Moody's would look very favorably upon that, because not only is it additional reserve money, but it's unrestricted. And they had a problem with us having restricted funds. So I do not think that it is our best use of money to be putting the money towards the rainy day fund. We have enough money in there. And Councilor Humphrey is the one that made the point that I think I sensed a little frustration on his part that we have such a large amount of money that's basically, just sitting there. And I agree with them. We have enough money in there, and we should be using this kind of money for, any number of uses. And so I don't plan on supporting the item. And I'd rather hear from other people. And then I obviously would like to talk about the money for Lincoln Elliott.
So I think you should probably get into that now, because my purpose of putting them both together was anticipating the part that you just mentioned of, does the 1.75 million belong in this rainy day fund, or how might that work with this other fund that you've been thinking about? So
Okay.
I think it would be helpful if you just went into that now, and then we can continue the discussion from there.
All right, so one thing that has developed since we discussed this last week, and I just want everybody to know, is that I docketed a budget resolution today, and the budget resolution simply reads that Councilor Gentile, I didn't ask others to sign on. I didn't want to put people, at the last minute. So I just filed it myself. Councilor Gentile asking that the mayor increase the allocated free cash amount of $1.5 million that is being allocated to support the FY24 budget, that it be increased to $2.1 million, and that $600,000 increase be used to help fund the operating costs of the Newton Public Schools. And the reason that I did that, as you heard me say last week, if the schools truly need the $600,000, then just give it to them. Don't tie it to, $10 million in cash going towards Lincoln Elliott. We have the money, so go ahead and give it to them. And I do believe that they should get the money. This makes it very clear, clean. And I'd like to hear back from the administration on the resolution. I do think that we should move this item out tonight because I know that people are concerned about the timing. What aggravates me these days is it just seems like when there's especially some of these major issues and things that we should be talking through thoroughly, that we get them late in the process, and then it's like, you know, you gotta make this decision yesterday, and we're always rushed. So one of the reasons that I docketed this budget resolution was because I believe that the school should get the money. And I also understand that there is concern on the part of many of my colleagues that the school department needs to know what their final allocation is. And if the mayor would increase the free cash allocation to 2.1, then the school department would know that they're getting their $600,000. And now we don't have to rush things, and we could continue to have, you know, a conversation. The bonds for Lincoln Elliott are not, the sale isn't happening until January. And again, it's only for a portion. And then there's another sale, probably another year from that, the following January of 2025. And I think that there is time for us to have the discussion. Again, it'd be I'm suggesting that we take the $10 million, the money that could be declared surplus tomorrow, this $1.5 million, and then that's going to give you $20 million. I think that, you know, between interest income that we all know is way above what was what was budgeted. And again, I'm not sure if everybody was at the meeting, but we were budgeting $600,000 for interest income. And we got a report from the treasurer a little over a week ago that we're currently at $5 million and we still have another quarter to go. Next year, we're budgeting $2 million for interest income. And this year it's going to be between 6 or 7 million. So I think we're going to have a very healthy surplus next year in our interest income. So anyway, I think that we are in a much different financial environment or climate right now. It's changed drastically over this past year. You and I, for the last 6, 7, 8 years, we were lucky to get a 0.5 point on our interest on checking and savings. Well, that has all changed now. Our treasurer is getting, I think he projects that with the T-bills he got for the rainy day fund, that the return is going to be hitting 5.21%. In less than 24 hours, to his credit, Mr. Mendez came up with a detailed memo, and I apologize, I didn't know the chart, that there was also a chart to go with it. So it probably got to you late today, but there's there's a number of examples of a significant amount of interest that we can now get that we couldn't even think about a year ago. So again, someone said the other night, well, this plan to spend the 10 million would work. Yeah, it would work, but is it the best way for the city to use their cash right now? And again, I would ask you to think about it, about how we could have hold on to a bunch of this money, get the surplus declared, and you get 5% on $20 million. That's $1 million in interest. It's a lot more than the 600,000 that we were, hoping to get by putting the cash in instead of bonding the 10 million for Lincoln Elliott. So there's a lot more I'd like to say, but I've taken enough of people's time. And again, there's a course of action. I think it should be voted out tonight so that we can move it to the full council. We can vote it, but I would ask that we would get a response back from the mayor's office to the resolution. I'm also going to submit a resolution to set up this fund that I have been talking about. And next week, we could advertise, if I'm getting ahead of myself, Madam Chair, please let me know.
No,
we
go
could-
ahead.
We could advertise that we, are going to possibly have a city council meeting on Wednesday or Thursday night, not just committee of the whole. And we could just put on the agenda these budget resolution, the Lincoln Elliott $10 million request, so that once we hear back from the mayor, if the mayor is not interested, and that people would still be able to take a vote next week to make sure that that $10 million gets appropriated for the Lincoln Elliott schools, so you don't run into any timing issues. But we should continue to discuss it a little bit, and we should get some feedback from the mayor's office and before we take that final vote.
Okay, so thank you. And I did raise those procedural possibilities. Having learned about the first resolution, it makes perfect sense to have the second resolution, but you and I didn't talk about that. So President Albright, I don't know if I see you kind of popping in and out of the screen. I don't know if you have a second to comment, but we were talking about just confirming with our clerk's office that it would be okay to notice each night of our budget deliberations next week as both a committee of the whole and a city council meeting, and just making sure we know the ins and outs of how you can move back and forth between the two formats to make sure we can appropriately procedurally handle everything and not run afoul of time. Do you want to comment on that?
I'll just say that that's exactly what we're talking to the clerk's office about, and noticing that we might talk about it on Monday night, we might talk about it on Tuesday night, we might talk about it on Wednesday night. So it would be on all three agendas, and we would figure it out. And I have to apologize in advance if you hear a puppy screaming in the background.
Well, so one quick correction. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because Monday night is Memorial Day.
Yep.
But anyway, so we've been talking about that, and our first impression is that should be fine. We just want to make sure that we're not making any procedural errors. Okay, Councillor Kalis, then Humphrey.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I moved the 1.75. I thought that was going to be easier. I think that yes, we are in different times right now, and I take Maureen at her word that the 6% is what we need to be at, and I thought that was reasonable. Now, separating that from the whole Lincoln Elliott, I think that Councillor Gentile's proposals are very interesting and are things that I'm not prepared really to. I mean, I kind of want to hear it again from him. I haven't read anything that he sent, and that's part of my issue. And so I don't have opinions on it yet. So I'm just going to listen, but I find them very interesting and want to talk about them further.
Councillor Humphrey, then Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so I'll just make some general comments here on why I'm encouraging us to not only move this back out of committee, I don't think it should have gone to committee in the first place again, but also to why we should approve it affirmatively. So fundamentally, and this is not just restricted to Newton, there has been a pretty significant change in finance as an entire thing in the world, right? An entire category of stuff. Over the last 20 or so years, as everything has moved and reoriented toward time-based installment payments. And so anything that in the past would have been done in lump sums, et cetera, everyone, businesses, people, institutions, everything is moving toward this model of saying, what are our monthly, quarterly, yearly payments, et cetera, and everything is based around that, right? People know, they're paying their monthly Netflix or their phone bill and that kind of thing, and that all gets chopped up and divided in that way. And this principle has also extended into the realm of government, which means that things that we once, would use here's a single lump sum payment on something is increasingly, you try to think of ways to parcel it out over time and think of it in that way. So I understand that that's sometimes a little bit confusing to conceptualize, but it actually makes sense if you can to come up with ways of dedicating funding streams over long periods of time. So what this deal that's on the table does is it takes $10 million, that's one-time funds, and it converts it to $600,000 a year over 30 years that we know is now a dedicated funding stream available. And it's doing that by saving money on the interest payments that we would otherwise have to be paying. If we don't do this, then we're still going to have to pay the interest payments, which means we also have to factor that in if we're balancing it against anything else we could be getting by some other means, right? So if you're hearing something like $1 million in interest income, et cetera, you also have to be thinking about the $600,000 a year that you would have to be doing instead on interest payments. So, bear that in mind. Additionally, what we have on the table is very consistent with a lot of municipal budgeting principles that we traditionally stand by, which is that we don't necessarily go for the really high return thing that might be able to get us some better returns in some years, because we want stability and reliability. That's what my school committee member has told me, that the school committee wants this deal because they want to know that that money is going to be there for 30 years. They don't want there to be any guessing work as to whether or not there's going to be certain amounts of free cash on a year-to-year basis. They also don't want to guess as to whether or not an investment account is going to make the kind of returns that are being promised here. We cannot assume that the current favorable investment income climate is going to continue. It might continue to some extent next year, but as our treasurer told us at the previous finance meeting, it also probably wouldn't be as good as it was this year. Additionally, that's only, looking 1 year ahead, which is hard enough to predict as it is. Going further out, I think it's very dangerous to assume that economic conditions are going to be good. I personally tend toward the more pessimistic side of saying that, we're headed toward another fairly significant recession and other potential ramifications along these lines. And for all the interest income that we're getting because of higher interest rates now, we also have higher costs on the other side of the balance sheet for borrowing and things like that. That's in fact why this deal is even on the table in the first place, because the interest rates are higher on borrowing costs. So we're basically coming up with a way of mitigating that. And then we're taking that mitigation and putting it toward the operating budget for the schools. So I don't want to be rolling the dice on whether or not it's going to be a good year or a really great year every year for the next 30 years. And final point here is that this proposal, which is on the table, and I understand where Councillor Gentile is coming from, because I do think it is consistent with his broader philosophy on how to budget for these things. So I completely respect that. But for the rest of us on the council, it is not consistent with the entire discussion we've been having around the pension boards issue, right? So the whole thing there is taking money from the present day in cash lump sums, putting it in each year into an investment account to pre-fund so we get more investment income toward the pensions. And there's been a whole discussion on this very council over the last several weeks about whether or not we were taking too much money from the present day and putting it into investment accounts rather than spending it on certain things that we could be doing in the present day. So again, what this deal is saying is, instead of putting it into an investment account and locking it up in that way, that we instead take that money and put it toward, yes, one item nominally, Lincoln Elliott, except that then converts it into $600,000 a year over 30 years for the entire NPS system, which means that we're able to turn this $10 million into basically the equivalent of like $18 million over a longer period that benefits everyone in the NPS system. So is this necessarily the best possible, way we could get the most amount of money? Not necessarily, but that's fundamentally unknowable. What we do know is that this specific thing is a good proposal that locks in a bunch of money for this specific purpose in a way that benefits everyone in the entire system. Okay? So that's why I'm encouraging us to vote for this. I understand that it's a complicated financial structure. I understand that this finance stuff can be very confusing in a lot of ways, and it's hard to know what's the right thing to do. However, when we're dealing with municipal finance, we have to be cautious on some of this stuff and go with something that we know is going to be there reliably at a certain predictable amount of money. That means that we're not in this chaos mode that a lot of municipalities are in, where every year you're trying to figure out where to pull some source of money to pay for something that you know is going to be a recurring expense every year. We also know that the 600,000 is going to grow each year because it's going to be part of that base budget for the NPS that's going to have an increase in the allocation every year. So while I understand the proposal that Councilor Gentile is making and would like to see, personally, ideologically, financially, I don't agree with it. I come from a different perspective on this, and I am encouraging my colleagues to vote in favor of this, not just in this committee tonight, but also at the full council. I don't agree with everything that the administration is doing financially this year, certainly. I have some very serious reservations about some of it that I've certainly expressed both publicly and privately to them. I don't know that this was necessarily communicated amazingly, but I think that this particular item is a good financial structured deal that we should accept. Thank you.
President Albright, then Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So picking up on where I think Councillor Humphrey just left off, I think we've been asking our current taxpayers to pay a lot into the pension, and hopefully we'll get some relief from it this year when we get to the committee of the whole, but they'll still be paying a lot of their current tax money for failures of way past administrations, and now it's getting to be a long time ago because this all started in payments started in SETI Warren's and era and has kept up going in Mayor Fuller's era. So it's a long time ago. The current taxpayers are paying the price, and to take current tax revenue and to put it into reserve now does not feel like the right solution to me. Would I have crafted the same solution that the mayor and Ms. Lemieux have crafted? I don't know. It feels a little, I think, as Chair Grossman said, it like a financial pretzel. But on the other hand, it's a solution that gets Lincoln Elliott funded, it gets Horace Mann funded, it gets $600,000 to the schools annually that they can count on. Frankly, Councillor Humphrey, I think that we are one of those municipalities that's every year pushing and tugging and trying to find the money to get everything done that we want to do that's a recurring cost. I think we're in that same boat as many other cities and towns. So I'm reluctantly, I guess I have to say, because I just don't know if I would have funded it the same way as the mayor proposed it, but I'm reluctantly in favor of keeping the Lincoln Elliott deal going. And frankly, I was planning on putting forth a resolution for the schools to give them an additional $600,000 to get all of the first tier items funded. The remaining $600,000 would go to middle school class size. And frankly, I remember middle school being a middle schooler. I remember my kids being middle schoolers. That's the hardest time, I think, in the whole gamut of elementary and secondary education. And those are the kids that really need the extra $600,000 to reduce the class size. It won't get to kindergarten aides. It's not in the tier one set of funding that the school committee wanted. But I think it's an important thing, and I'm going to file a resolution to ask for that. So if doing it the way Councillor Gentile wants to do, I think that puts that tier. I don't even know if the mayor would be interested or willing to fund that resolution, but it certainly would be at risk if we use Councillor Gentile's system, because we'll be looking for the first $600,000 under that plan. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that, except for I hope that we can get this solved cleanly tonight and move on to other subjects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver, then Crossley.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank both Councillors Gentile and Humphrey. I think for no other reason than the passion that's behind both of your points of view. Both of your perspectives are, they have pros and cons, right? And I think we just heard pretty good swath of both from both parties. I want to reiterate something that we've been talking about in this committee for, well, almost since I got into this committee a little over 2 years ago. Something like that. And that is visibility. we are still gaining visibility to options, choices that in order to be thoughtful about them, we're receiving memos at 4 o'clock the day of, well, 4 o'clock today. I know this is a philosophical kind of a pseudo rant, but it's a theme. It's something we really need to figure out as a council. Completely, and in my opinion, it looks like a completely different way of working with the administration. We have to figure this out. It's inappropriate to ask questions with this type of import at 10:38 on, I mean, I know this is what we're left with. I recognize that. And I also want to emphasize, like, underlying all of this is this layer of political mess, this hairball that we are kind of talking about without really talking about. And that is how some of the funding options for the programs are being tied to our approval or desire for said program, whether it's Horace Mann, the Rainy Day Fund, or Lincoln Elliott. This is silly. Like, we have a responsibility as an entity here to pay attention to how we finance the programs. I think we have options in front of us, both of which, like I've said before, have some appeal. I find it intensely frustrating that this is how we are, or the time with which we are left to deliberate it and discuss this. Let's say, for example, there's a mid-ground, hasn't even been touched yet, hasn't even been explored. What about halfway between these two solutions? What would happen if we took Councilor Gentile's concept of this fund, and instead of putting all the dollars in it, what if it were funded at $15 million instead of 20 or near 20? What if it were at 12? You got to admit, there could be reasonable ground in there that is stable enough, right? Consistent enough, because I think that Councilor Humphrey's perspective is, I mean, to me, that's the most compelling part of his conversation or his argument there, as I understand it. The compelling part about Councilor Gentile's proposal is that we're retaining some of that base, right? Clearly, I think that the memo itself basically said, we're not guaranteeing these results. As a matter of fact, he's pretty much guaranteeing we're not going to see those results. But I think we've all been around long enough to know that options are worth exploring here. And I'm glad we at least moved this to committee so we have this particular time to talk about it. I'm currently, currently torn. I'd like to see how these resolutions that Councilor Gentile and President Albright just talked about, how they are received. I do think we should vote this out. I would like to get this in front of the entire council, hopefully with the benefit of reactions from the administration. And I hope it's not just a yes or no. I really want, this is important stuff, perhaps more important than a lot of the other things we talk about. Yes, I'm hoping we get more detail than we have in the past couple of years. I appreciate people's time. I feel like I'm going in circles here a little bit. But boy, I want to continue to hear more about this. Thank you.
Councilor Crossley, then I'll go to Councilor Bowman because you haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Madam
okay.
Chair. I'm 1,000% on the same page with Councilor Humphrey, and I very much appreciate his articulation of the issues, followed by President Albright. I'll be really quick. We have been given a solution. We have it in hand that does everything we asked to be done. And again, who knows? Maybe it's not perfect. Maybe there's another way. But we have that guaranteed source of funds for 30 years. We have it if we vote for it. Versus an investment strategy that investments always carry risk. It's a high risk investment strategy. I did read the memo that Councilor Gentile, I thank you for sending. I can't find it again, but I did read through it once. Probably needs a second or third read, but essentially the person who you asked to analyze a potential investment stream was saying, he was discussing the risks. It was all about risk. So I don't think the city's in a position to create another reserve fund that is counting on an investment strategy in order to pay an annual amount of money that we need to be continuous. So that's it. I do hope the committee, I hope my colleagues will vote for this. This package that gives us probably the best solution we can imagine, given that the override failed. At the core of this, the override failed, and it's painful, and we're trying to figure out a way to lessen the pain. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, before we go on, I just have to, because a few people have said this, I just have to share one thought on my mind as we're discussing it, which is the idea of guaranteed source of funds for 30 years. I think one of the things that I'm struggling with here, and I think you all know that I'm very open-minded to Councilor Gentile's thinking. I also care deeply about providing ongoing sources of funds to the schools. In my years of experience, I just don't see anything as a guaranteed source of anything for 30 years. I mean, this mayor is not likely to be the mayor for 30 years. We've all seen that we have a strong mayoral form of government. So I just have to put that one thought out there. I mean, just because it's intended today to be a guaranteed source for 30 years, in my view, is not a promise of anything for forever. So, Councilor Crossley, I see you unmuted, so maybe you want to
Well, Madam Chair.
opine back on that.
Again, I said this, I think, the last time around. If you decide to take a shorter mortgage, or you decide to put the better analogy is you decide to put a bigger down payment on your mortgage so that your monthly costs are less, thereby freeing up that amount of money that you don't any longer have to pay toward your mortgage. That's what we're doing here. You're putting $10 million down on the Lincoln Elliott School so that we don't have to pay debt service on that $10 million there. We free up that debt service and we can use that. It goes to the schools. It's, if our operating budget and the way capital and operating budgets are connected, right, is that the more debt we take on, the more our annual debt service, the less we have to spend on operating, right? Ms. Lemieux once said a few years back, I forget how many, she was talking about how much money comes out of the operating budget to pay $1 million worth of debt service. That changes year to year, of course, according to the interest rates. But that's the connection.
No, of course, Councilor Crossley, of course I understand that that's the connection. The point that I'm making is that we operate under a strong mayoral form of government where our mayor decides what our allocation to the school department is going to be.
That's not before us now, though.
What's that?
That's not what's before us. And woe to the mayor who reduces the school department budget.
I mean, I guess I just think that with all the different moving parts we've seen this year, I don't know. My point is the same as I initially said it. I understand the math. I understand the financial concept, and I understand what this mayor's intention is. All I'm saying is, who knows what a future mayor may or may not do. So I'll leave it there. I hope folks understand what I'm trying to say. Just food for thought. Councilor Bowman, then Noel, because you both haven't spoken yet, then back to Councilor Gentile.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, okay, I'm going to try to run at this, although I really appreciate what I've heard from from Counselor Humphrey and Counselor Crossley. I certainly agree with them. To me, it's a relatively straightforward construct. The $10 million that we would pay directly to the Lincoln Elliott project, that would reduce the amount of debt service, would reduce that annual cost that we need in debt service, freeing up money that then could be used for the schools or in the future for something else. If we need more, it wants to be redirected to the roads because we don't need as much for schools, for whatever it is, it's there for municipal use. If we don't if we instead require the mayor to bond the full $50 million for the school, and we decide to invest this $10 million, we have to make enough in investments to make this a better decision, to make that investment of that $10 million a better decision than paying it up front. We have to make enough to cover the debt service, plus the money that we had promised to the schools in this budget. Otherwise, the school budget will have to be cut. Is that not correct? You want to confirm that? That's correct, right? So we have to pay for the bonding, whatever the additional amount is for when we go out to bond, plus the money that we said has been freed up in the budget because we don't have to pay for this. So if we end up having to pay, there's no way that those numbers that were presented to us today don't even get to the 600,000. We end up losing money. We're already behind, and it doesn't even take into account the debt service that we would have to pay as well. So I don't see this as a good idea. And I also question something I thought about is, this idea that we already have a fair amount in reserves that, that I hope, I feel like I should dig into this a little bit more, but, already our treasury function is having to deal with having to manage investing these and keeping them safe, keeping our various reserve funds safe and available for when they're needed. But, we're not a college. We're not running an endowment fund. This is not why people pay their taxes. People pay their taxes so that they have their services delivered to them in the way that they need them delivered. So we lost an override and, very frustrated that we're here. Maybe if more of us had been supportive of the override, this would have been a different story. But this is where we're at, and we have pain in the schools. We have unfunded, we're at risk, as we heard earlier, at risk of maybe not being able to find all the money for the roads and other projects that we need to do. And a desire to increase funding for the schools. I just see this as a huge step backwards. This is pulling money away from the school budget and pulling money out of what we could be making available. So I just don't see this as a good financial step. And I don't see that it's in step and in line with our responsibility as a government. We're not managing an endowment. So I feel like this is, I would hope that that the Finance Committee would vote this out tonight and we bring it back to the full council. And we would move to vote approval of the $10 million going to Lincoln Elliott. Thank you.
Councilor Noel.
Thank you. So I appreciated both Councilor Gentile and Councilor Humphrey's analysis. I think I'm leaning towards the analysis that Councilor Humphrey put forth, but I also want to say I've heard, and I don't think that I've heard a couple times during this conversation tonight, and I apologize for all the noise. There's some activity behind me. The conversation about, well, maybe if we found this money, we could shore up the kindergarten aides, or maybe we can do this, maybe we can do that. I think if you've been paying attention, you can see that this administration is not exactly interested in shoring up the operating deficit of the school budget. So I want to be clear, if we're spinning our wheels on that, if you've watched school committee meetings, the efforts that have been made to free up that money have not been met in the affirmative by the administration. So I understand that right now we're working on some capital expenses, And that's where I think there's alignment. But in terms of the school operating budget, I think that's a whole different kettle of fish. And just finding the money isn't actually the whole problem. I think it's about an alignment in terms of what this administration wants to do with that school budget. So I just want to make sure that we're not just spinning our wheels on that. Thank you.
Counselor Gentile.
Thank you. So first to Councilor Bowman, since I'm the only one that was willing to put their reputation on the line and oppose the override. She must have been speaking to me, so I was going to say this anyway, but at some point you got to stop talking about the pain and the tragedy of the override failing and recognize the fact that 54% of your constituents voted against the override. That's not even close. All right. And some of you might want to just think about, maybe we ought to think about respecting what their wishes were. So I don't regret my actions in opposing the operating override one single bit, Councilor Bowman. So I have not done a very good job in explaining some of these things, because some of the comments that I just heard are just incorrect. I am not suggesting that we do anything for 30 years or that we have to have a certain rate of return on the investments for 30 years. I was the finance chairman around here for a lot of years, and I didn't have a reputation of doing things that were reckless when it came to, taxpayers' dollars. What I'm suggesting is you look at this 1 year at a time. There isn't an economist or an investment advisor that would tell you to take $10 million in cash and spend it this way right now. All that I'm suggesting is that we set up this reserve fund, we leave it unrestricted. We have a year in which we are guaranteed a solid rate of return. And as far as the investment mix, this morning after the retirement meeting, I said to the treasurer, thank you for doing the work that you did in such a short period of time, but I think you should be prepared tonight to speak about a more conservative mix of what you would do with that money. I'm not suggesting that we put it in to, the stock market and hope that, the stock market does as well as has over the last 10, 20, or 30 years. What I'm saying is that for right now, we could put $20 to $25 million into a reserve fund that Moody's will represent as being helpful to our overall situation because it's unrestricted. And we see what happens this year. We bond the $20 million this coming January, not the $10 million. And then we see where the financial picture is, next budget season. And if it makes sense at that time, because returns are down, then we can go ahead and we can put if you want to, then if it was a good idea now, it'll be a better idea then, and you can put the $10 million in and bond 10 million less when you go out in 2025. Why not keep the flexibility? The other thing that you could do, and we haven't even been able to get into this because we haven't been given the time, is that you could say, okay, we need to realize $1 million or $1,250,000, a steady stream of revenue to help the schools, to do this, to do debt service, whatever we think we want to spend it on, or the mayor wants to spend it on. And the way that you can guarantee that is next year, maybe the average return is 4%. Well, you can also set this up so that you could then dip into a small amount of the principal balance in order to get you to that $1,250,000 that you need, that you are counting on to supplement the operating budget. That's another way that you could go ahead and, utilize this fund. We can make up the rules along with the mayor. We should be working with the mayor. We should be working with Maureen to see if we can to do this in a little better way that gives us some flexibility because things are constantly changing when it comes to finance. I am by no means suggesting that we're going to get 5, 6, 7% every year, and we're putting all my eggs into that basket. You can't do it. But we can borrow $10 million less in January of 2025 if it makes sense to do so. You don't have to do it right now. Not when you're looking at returns over this next year of over 5%. That's all that I am suggesting. As far as President Albright, I thought I heard you say that, we're still going to be looking for the original 600,000. If the mayor if my colleagues would start by supporting the resolution that I put forward today to increase the budget to $2.1 million with another 600 in free cash, which we have, then you don't have to look for the other 600 and then go after the other 600 the additional 600 that you want for the middle schools. But the $600,000 that the school department is looking for right now can be done in one simple move by the mayor by adding $600,000 to the free cash amount that she's already agreed to put in to supplement the operating budget. Right now it's $1.5 million, and I'm saying support the resolution to ask her to put it to 2.1, and there's your $600,000. So I've spoken twice, and the hour's getting late. I'm sure others have something to say, but open up your minds a little bit, especially a couple of you that anything that has the word Gentile on it automatically gets a no vote in your head. Open up your minds and be a little bit flexible on what we can do. And as I said, it's not a 30-year plan. It's the best plan for this fiscal budget, and it needs to be reevaluated again at this time next year.
Ms. Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just step back for a second, if I may. We walked into work on Wednesday morning, March 15th, knowing that the operating override did not pass. We spent the next couple of weeks meeting with most of you, asking you, as a result of the vote of the people of this city, what were your key priorities? What did you want us to look at? What did you want us to try to accomplish? You were all very clear to us, and many, many of you were in agreement. You wanted to see structural change in the budget. You wanted us to look toward providing some relief to our operating budget through reducing the pension appropriation each year. You wanted us to address the operating budget for the Newton Public Schools and to really focus on class sizes at the elementary level. You wanted us to do whatever we could to make sure that the renovation and addition at Horace Mann went forward. We have also, in our plan, we looked at this holistically. We worked long and hard on this plan. Could every single person on this screen come up with a different part of this solution? Absolutely. This is complicated. It's not easy. What we tried to do was do everything that we could to bring forward the best package that we could put in front of you. With the bridge grant, the 1.4 million, the schools were struggling with the out of district placements. We brought forward the legal settlements in front of you. The mayor is taking 400,000 out of the ARPA funds because the school committee was going to cut 400,000 or did cut 400,000 from their summer maintenance projects. We have tried to put everything together. It may not be perfect, and people might have different little pieces that are better than what we've put in front of you. But what we've put in front of you, I think, is a very good plan. We are going to free up money in the operating budget if you move forward with the 6.6% funding, which we never asked, I just want to make sure we're clear on that too. What we asked the retirement board for was to give our retirees 3 years of COLAs, and to move the funding date to 2032. We never selected 6.6. We didn't know what that number would be. But for those of us who were at the retirement board this morning, I hope the message was loud and clear that we have a $25 or $26 million unrecognized loss, that our funding schedule has to have some flexibility in it, which is why that 6.2% never was a real number, because we were not recognizing all of our losses. But we've tried to build in flexibility with the pensions. We've increased the school budget. We're trying to decrease what we're bonding by using this. We have tried to put a comprehensive plan in front of you. Each piece, everybody can argue about every little piece that's here. It's a lot of pieces of legislation that we've put in front of you. In the end, I really am asking that you take a look at what we tried to do that I think represents what most of you are looking for. So I just ask that you really take a hard look at all of this holistically, and make your decisions based on that. Thank you.
Ms. Lemieux, can I ask you a couple clarifying questions?
Sure.
So if the mayor's proposal goes forward, how much do you intend to bond for Lincoln Elliott in January of 2024? And how much do you intend to bond in what periods of time after that?
So our plan before we put this together, our plan was to bond 20 million this coming January. This is why Lincoln Elliott is the one that is on our request. Back when we proposed the override, so again, if we step back to October, in the October proposal for Horace Mann, we were going to take $7.5 million from free cash to put toward Horace Mann. That was part of the operating override. So we were going to have a couple of years worth of operating override money that we would have segregated and used to do the design work for Horace Mann. So in the end, our whole operating strategy was that we were only going to bond 13 million instead of 23 million for Horace Mann. Once the override failed, okay, Horace Mann isn't going to happen that quickly. So we needed to look at where we would generate a savings in debt service payments the fastest, which is why we took Lincoln Elliott as the one that we've put before you. We're selling those bonds in January. So we were going to sell 20. Our intent, if this passes, would be to sell 10 in January. That frees up that 600,000 that's in my debt schedule for the following year for the school department. Once we get to Horace Mann, we'll end up bonding that entire project because we will have taken this money early, if you will, as compared to what we thought we were going to do if the override had passed. So the short answer is in January of 24, we would have bonded 20 million. If this passes, we will bond 10. In January of 25, I forget if I had 20 or 25 left over. I either had 20 in January of 25 and then had like a leftover, if you will, of the final 5 million in January of 26, or I've had it in and out, and it will all depend at that point in time on what Josh Morse's cash flow projections are at that point in time. So I'm not sure January of 25 will either be 20 or 25 million.
Okay, and then you said something in your comments about how when you met with a bunch of counselors, one of the things that they said they wanted was structural change in the budget. What did you mean by that?
I think everybody has been talking about it as there being a structural deficit for the schools, which at least that's how I interpret it. Maybe it's not, because I just saw a couple of people nodding their heads, not necessarily. I thought people wanted structural change I mean, as a city, we need to make sure that our operating expenses are not increasing faster than our revenues. We all know that. And so things like the pension, I consider that to be structural change. If we're
Okay.
changing how we are funding, that's what I mean when I'm saying structural change. It's a long-term strategy that we've had in place since 2015 that's going to go for several years, and this is now changing it. That's what
Okay, last question, and I'm not even sure. I'll leave it to you of what you want to share at this time. Obviously, Councillor Gentile has offered a resolution that we're going to take up next week, so maybe you'll respond to it formally then. But you've had a chance to hear some of these ideas, and I'm sure to look at the same materials that Councillor Gentile sent around. Is there interest on the part of the mayor or your team to consider this proposal earnestly?
So I have not seen Councilor Gentile's resolution. I actually want to commend Councilor Gentile for putting all the effort into this that he did. I actually spoke with the treasurer last week when Councilor Gentile was coming up with these different things to make sure that the treasurer understood what the goal was. Whether or not I was ultimately going to agree with it, I didn't know, but I certainly wanted to make sure that we did everything we could to assist in presenting it in its best light. I think Councilor Gentile knows we don't think we have 20 or 25 million to put into this fund. So that piece, I don't think has legs as far as the administration is concerned. The rest of what he has talked about, I can tell you for a fact, the mayor is not likely to support that and wants the plan that is in front of you currently, wants this to move forward. I can tell you that for a fact.
Okay, Councillor Gentile.
I meant to take my hand down, but 30 seconds. I think that the answer to your question about Lincoln Elliott is we need $50 million for Lincoln Elliott. I believe we've already bonded 5.
Right.
We're going to bond another 10 in January of 2024. And then we're going to bond another 25 million in January of 2025. That gives you your $50 million. What I'm saying is that we could not necessarily use the $10 million in cash now, but if rates are return rates on T-bills, which is the conservative type of stuff that the treasurer uses now and gets good returns, if things are different, we have the opportunity to reduce the amount that we're talking about bonding in 2025 by $10 million at that time. I'm saying to just, keep things flexible right now and get the return. And I don't know why, Maureen, you would say that 20 to 25 million doesn't have legs. You've got $10 million right now that's in front of us. You heard that there's just under $8 million in overlay surplus. The $1.5 million or $1.75 million, in my opinion, and I think even Council Humphrey's opinion, should not be going into the rainy day stabilization fund. And we're being blessed with, $6 or $7 million in extra interest income that we were not planning on this year. And you have $2 million budgeted for next year, which is way below what we're going to end up getting next year. So we have the money to get it to easily to 20, and we could get it to 25 million. So I got to disagree with you on that one. But you can bond the $10 million. You could pay $10 million in cash in 2025 if that makes sense to do it at that time. It doesn't make sense to blow that money now when you could have it in the bank making a good return for you. That's it. Thank you. And I appreciate everybody's patience. I know the hour is late.
Okay. We have two motions on two different items on the table, so I don't see any other hands at this time. Counselor Humphrey made the first motion, which was a motion to approve 127-23, which is the appropriation of $10 million from fiscal year 22 free cash for Lincoln Elliott. Is there any other discussion on that item before we vote? Okay, seeing none. Counselor Gentile, do me a favor because I'm doing this with
I
I'm gonna
did.
do
It's
this
down.
with yellow hands. Thank you. So all those in favor, if you could raise, you have to be a finance committee member to be in favor. It's before finance.
Oh, I actually wanted to say something else.
Oh, you wanted to say something? Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead, President
Yeah, I
Albright.
know I'm not on finance.
Well, this has been before the committee of the whole, so it'd be fair for people to forget that, but go ahead.
So what Councilor Gentile says about why are we spending the money now? That part makes some sense to me. You know, we don't have to spend the money now. We're not bonding until January. And the reason why we're all going to agree to this, if we do, is because we want the schools to have $600,000, which makes no sense to me because there's $5 million of free cash sitting in a pile that hasn't even been touched, and that's going to drop to free cash for next year. So I don't even know how to vote on this. I just wanted to say that some of what Councilor Gentile says makes a lot of sense.
Okay, if you could just, okay, Counselor Bowman.
So how about this? And I do hear you, Counselor Gentile. And now that, we've had a little more time to talk about the structure of how this was going to be bonded, I guess I would like to hear from Ms. Lemieux if the mayor would be open to holding on to the $10 million, bonding 20 million in January of 24, and then bonding the 25 million. So holding on to this 10 million for the next year or two, when we're likely to have better returns, better investment opportunities still at very, conservative. And then, with the eye towards, we would likely bond the full 25 million. Does that work? Or 35, I guess you'd have to bond 35 million, right? You'd have to bond another 10 million in 25. Is that correct? You bonded 20 now, yeah.
So I would say to you, Councilor Bowman, that the mayor is very concerned about, the potential of a recession, about the economy, about so many things not necessarily going the way that we would like them to go over the next few years. And so the mayor feels strongly that this is something that was in our forecast for $600,000 a year in our 10-year plan that goes out through 2033. And so, nothing lasts forever, but this is certainly money that we intended to bond, that we had in our forecast to spend on debt service, and instead, by using the unusually large amount of free cash that we had this year, it enables us to take that 600,000 and repurpose it and appropriate it to the Newton Public Schools and put it in their base.
And I understand that. And I guess what I'm hearing from Councilor Gentile is the idea that, and President Albright, is that, looking at just a year, or a year and a little bit, is that, the interest rates could be looking favorable for the next year, and that holding on to that $10 million would be, bond the 20 million now, hold on to the 10 million and potentially bond less in 25, when the interest rates, might not, the investment opportunities might not be as good. And that we have a fair amount of other free cash that could be used to pay this coming year, the 600,000 for the schools. And, we don't miss out on an opportunity to have a good return on that $10 million. It's very short. It gives us some more flexibility, and actually that gives us more flexibility because we have $10 million that is here instead of it being bonded. I guess I'm just trying to hear that. I understand that it's clean and it's known if you spend it now, but and I do want to see this project move forward. I guess I would like to hear that answer and I think that's what, otherwise I have a feeling that most of the finance committee is going to abstain or vote against this item. And we'll be back talking about this at the, committee of the whole. So
I think it's inevitable that we're going to be talking about this at the committee of the whole.
So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Did you have anything further to say on that, Ms. Lemieux?
It's just that our philosophy is that we are looking for long-term solutions, and this was a long-term answer to being able to give the schools the extra $600,000.
I mean, I'll tell you that just in reaction to this last exchange, one of the things that I'm really wrestling with is just the concept of leaving money on the table. And we're operating in this environment where we say we can't afford this, we can't afford that, we're cobbling together money for this. And what intrigues me about this idea, even if it's a short-term thing, 1 or 2 years, is the ability to, earn, have our money working for us in a admittedly a different way than it would work for us if we're paying $10 million into Lincoln Elliott, but that essentially, we're leaving money on the table that we could be generating with this money and holding on to it and not committing it to Lincoln Elliott at this time. So honestly, that's why this appeals to me so much. Maybe it's a year or two, maybe it's longer. Mr. Curley?
Thank you. I just want to make like a clarifying comment on cash in general. So if these funds were set aside in a separate investment trust, yeah, that's different. If these funds were just allocated to an account, that money that's earned before that money is spent would be general fund interest. But at the same time, the council, I don't know, close to a year ago at this point, approved that Lincoln Elliott bond authorization for $49 million. When that bond authorization happened, that gave public buildings the project to go forward and spend, if needed, it's all timing, but if needed more than 5 million that was bonded or whatever, it gave authorization for a $49 million project. And so whether the cash is sitting in an account titled free cash or not, the amount of interest being earned at the bank is still the same that's going into the general fund revenue account. So I don't know if it might be a little late to be explaining this, but
so essentially what you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand you. Essentially what you're saying is we're earning the money no matter what.
yes, so the buildings have the permission to spend on the project. We have that $10 million in the bank account in a big pooled cash. It's earning interest through MMDT at whatever the rate is right now, 5% or whatever. If that $10 million in free cash is earning general fund interest right now because it's sitting in a bank account. By approving this project and just moving it over to a capital project account, it's still earning the same interest and it's still going to the general fund revenue account until that money's spent. And so this is just reallocating figures on the general ledger that are already approved to be spent essentially. And the big thing, which Councilor Humphrey and Maureen spoke about, is the future of that $600,000. Because the 10 million sitting in the bank account now isn't changing interest earned. The big piece is whether you're borrowing and you have future debt service obligations. And I think that's the whole crux of the issue.
Councilor Humphrey.
To add one final point to that, I think that was a great summary of the situation. I think that the taxpayers would like us to be spending the money on our schools and our budget and not spending it on interest payments to lenders in the private sector. So I'll leave it there, and I hope we can vote now on this.
Okay, I'm just taking a moment to digest the last couple exchanges. Any other?
I can try to clarify a little bit. So all cash typically is pooled. There's certain stipulations, whether it's a specified trust fund, rainy day is one, there's a few others, or if a revolving fund or something was established that clearly states interest earned goes to that fund. If interest earned does not go to a specific fund as it is set up, any money sitting in the bank account goes to general fund interest. And because this is just numbers on a general ledger, that same interest is being earned. Does that?
No, it does. It's just these last couple exchanges are sort of underscoring the point that maybe is close to what I was trying to make in my interchange with Councilor Crossley before, which is that whether the school allocation goes up by $600,000 this year and continues to grow by 3.5% every year thereafter is a decision by the mayor. And whatever drives that decision by the mayor, I mean, here we're being told this action drives that decision by the mayor, but any other set of actions could also drive that same decision by the mayor. And I guess what I'm having a really hard time with, I think, is the same thing President Albright was trying to speak of and what others are, which is that there's all kinds of different sources of funds out there. And to me, again, to use the financial pretzel, this all, tying these things all together just still feels to me like unnecessary overcomplication of really simple things. That said, I don't want to muck it up any further, and it's 11:25. So we probably all at this point know how we're going to vote and should just move on. Councilor Kalis, did you want to say something else?
Sorry.
Councilor Maliki?
Yeah, I'll be real quick considering the hour. I'm sympathetic. I'm sort of in my personal life, I like to have no debt. I like to pay things down to the extent possible. But in the sense of government, we are, I think, benefiting by the flexibility argument. And to me, the Ms. Lemieux's observation that, the mayor is worried about a recession or whatever economic uncertainty, to me, that's all the argument for not committing 10 million right now to one purpose, but to leave us the flexibility to see what happens in the next year. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's going to be more on this undoubtedly next week. So why don't we see if we can just get a vote here to be able to move this forward. Any other comments? Okay, Councilor Humphrey. Sorry, Councilor Gentile, what do you want to say?
I'm abstaining because I would like to see the response on the two resolutions that I'm proposing from the mayor's office and then make a decision then. But for now, I'm just going to abstain, and I hope a couple of others will join me.
That is my intention as well. We have a motion to approve by Councilor Humphrey, 127-23. All those in favor of the motion on finance, if you could raise your yellow hand, please. Okay, that's 2 in favor. If you could lower your hands, please. Opposed, please raise your hands. Okay, and is that opposed, Councilor Maliki, or an abstention? Yeah. That's opposed. Okay, 1 opposed. And then hand down, please. And abstentions, if you could raise your hand, please. 3 abstentions. Are we missing? Who are we missing?
Gentile.
Councilor Norton?
That's an abstention. Yeah, what about Councilor Norton?
I think she
We
left.
lose her? Okay, so that's 4 abstentions. Okay.
We could probably just put it on second call now and save the suspense, right?
I think that's fair to say. I don't even remember, what was it? 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 4 abstentions. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Why don't you,
Miss
why don't
Ms.
we
Flynn,
just,
consider it
add-
on second call. Okay, I'm sorry, Counselor Oliver, what was that?
I'm gonna say, why don't we just kind of say we just voted on that item, approval, pending second call.
Right, yes. Well, not pending, it just, consider that I just placed it on second call, okay? Because then we'd have to make a different motion to do something pending, so, all right, hands down. Now, we have a motion to approve on 154-23, the transfer of $1.75 million to the Rainy Day Stabilization Fund. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your yellow hand. 1. Any others? Okay, hands down. Opposed? 1 opposed? 2 opposed? 3 opposed?
Although
Hands down. Oh.
if just to decomplicate it, I'm willing to change that to an abstain if it avoids us having to make substitutions on the floor. I'm against it personally, but I don't want to make your life harder on the floor by having it be a negative vote coming
Oh.
out of committee.
I don't know. I mean, we can handle it either way. So
Okay.
you do it. You do you.
All right, then I'm a no.
Okay. All right. Sorry. It's at 11:29. I get giggly apparently. All right. Hands down. Councilor Gentile, if you could just lower that. Okay. And then abstentions. 2. All right. So that was 1 to 3 to 2. Is that right? Or 1 to 4 to 2?
You need the
1 to 3 to 2.
My
Oh,
hand, my
hold
little
on.
virtual hand should be up now, right? There
Yeah,
was
it's up.
somebody there. All right.
Okay. So that's 3
1, 3, 3.
3 abstentions, right? Ms. Flynn, do I have
Yes.
this right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Am I correct? That concludes our business for the evening, yes? Ms. Flynn, I didn't miss anything?
Yes. That motion did fail because it was
Okay.
1 to 3.
Right. Okay.
But it goes out to the full council anyway, because just with a negative recommendation at the moment.
Right. You might as
Yeah.
well, Ms. Flynn, consider that one on second call too, okay?
Will
Yeah.
do.
Okay. Very good. That concludes our business for the evening. Thank you everyone for hanging in there until this late hour, and to be continued next week. I look forward to spending my week with you all next week. Have a nice holiday
Yeah,
weekend in
fun.
between. Okay.
Good
Take care.
night.